Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Assassin Creed. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Oh no, Aizawa groaned, looking at one particular student's file. This one is a problem child, he noted. Aizawa was going to need more coffee. Midoriya stood at the entrance of his dream school, UA High. He smiled as he walked through the front gates. It took a while for him to walk to the front, and when he got there, 5 minutes had already passed. Midoriya looked at the tall door and sweat dropped. This was nothing like Class 3. Back then, they were the lowest of the low. Literal dirt. And now? He was in the best hero school in the country and was standing in front of Class 1A. As a student, his first steps to being a hero. He could hear Koro-sensei's cheering in his ear. Midoriya bit on his lip and mentally shook the illusion away. He had to stay focused. Besides, Koro-sensei's death had affected them all, especially Nagisa. Although both Midoriya and Nagisa was the one who plunged the knife through Koro-sensei's heart in the end, Nagisa was the one who did most of the stab. Midoriya was just his reassurance. Letting out his deep breath, Midoriya put on a determined look. He would be able to text everyone in the group chat at lunch. All of Class 3. It was too bad that Kayano had to go back into acting and that Nagisa and Karma wanted to go to Auron. He smirked. Nagisa's cousin, Shrai, cross-dressed as a boy to pay her debt, and that smiling black prince basically blackmailed Nagisa and Karma into the host club. Midoriya had no idea how. It was rich people stuff. Entering the classroom, he stiffened. Kaken and that stiff blue-haired boy were going at each other. Midoriya didn't want to pay attention to either of them. He wanted to get a quick message into the Color Fam group chat before class started. Sitting in his seat, he pulled out his phone and quickly texted in the group chat. Color Fam. Midoriya, I'm in class. \W. Kayano, good luck. I'm going to have a movie shoot in Mizudafu. I've already mailed you guys some backstage passes. Midoriya smiled. He had just gotten them yesterday. In fact, he had 28. He asked Kayano earlier why he got so many. Her answer? To invite his friends. She also said that it was because no one else could for some odd reason. Class 3E was scattered all throughout Japan. Midoriya was the only one close enough to make it. Like it was some sort of fanfiction. Fixing fourth wall with flex tape. Nagisa, the host club wanted to go, but we know how that would go. Besides, we have some sort of ball event. Karma, maybe we can get Nagisa in a dress. The host club said that for one of their plans they got Haruai in a dress. We have to do both of the cousins. Nagisa, Karma no. Karma yes. Midoriya had to cover his mouth so that a snicker wouldn't come out. He looked up and put away his phone. Because there was some sort of yellow thing by the door, but no one else seemed to notice. He got up and went next to it. The yellow thing turned over to reveal a face? Surprised, Midoriya jumped back with a short yelp. The room went quiet and looked at Midoriya, which made them look at the caterpillar. It was quiet for a moment before Kaken said, "What the F is that?" The yellow thing stood up and unzipped. The zipper to reveal a person like a banana. Only Midoriya noticed me, and you all only realized I was here when Midoriya yelled. Work on noticing your surroundings. I'm your teacher, Aizawa. Now put these on. He summoned gym uniforms like it was magic, and meet me outside for an apprehension test. The entire class. What? Midoriya was the first to get outside. He was usually the first outside because he didn't like it when other people saw his scars. Only Class 3E saw it, and that was because Koro-sensei saw it, and then some of the boys in his class, and then somehow the girls knew, and then they had a huge party. Midoriya was eternally thankful for that, but he didn't think Class 1A would be like them. He wasn't suspicious of them, but he didn't trust them. Midoriya simply did not know them long enough for that. By the time everyone got outside, Midoriya's eyes were closed and he was practically sleeping. When he heard the last person's footsteps, he opened his eyes. Aizawa-sensei probably wasn't pleased by the look on his face. Some would ask how Midoriya could tell. Midoriya would answer, Karasuma-sensei. Because that guy is an ice cube. Seriously. It took you 10 minutes to get ready. You won't have that time when you get into hero work, he criticized, and Midoriya mentally shook his head. Aizawa-sensei was Karasuma-sensei to the death. Now, we're doing 8 tests. You can use your quirk. Bakugou, Aizawa said, and Bakugou responded, yeah. How far could you throw a baseball in middle school? 67 meters. Midoriya rolled his eyes. You could practically hear the smirk in his voice. He must not have been the only one because some of his classmates' mouths' corners twitched. Throw this, Aizawa said, and Bakugou walked up to the ring. Die! Bakugou yelled as he created an explosion, sending the baseball flying. Midoriya flinched, trying to control his urges of grabbing his knife underneath his pants, on the side of his leg and pressing it on Bakugou's neck. That would surely expel him. Aizawa checked his phone and showed it to the class. 705.2 meters. The class started to talk amongst themselves when someone said something along the lines, "This will be fun." Midoriya rolled his eyes. Fun. The class turned back to Aizawa-sensei. Fun? The person in last place will be expelled. But sensei, a girl Yorika his mind supplied, said, that isn't fair. Life isn't fair, Midoriya interrupted, and everyone looked at him, including Aizawa-sensei. Villains don't care if what they do is fair. Natural disasters happen all the time. People are being killed every day, whether by accident or on purpose. People are being openly assaulted and stores are robbed, and you can't just stand up and say that's not fair. Because life isn't fair. If you're not ready for that, then you should rethink your choices on whether you want to be a hero or not. The class was silent as Midoriya made his mini speech, and Aizawa nodded in approval. This kid was going places. Midoriya's right. Now line up so we can start. The test ended and Midoriya wasn't feeling as great as when he started. Everyone did exceptional at least one test. Even the purple pervert did great at the side-to-side jump. He listened as Aizawa-sensei read out the results. First goes to Yaoyorozu, second to Todoroki, third to Bakugou, fourth to Ida, fifth to Tokoyami, sixth to Shuji, seventh to Audru, eighth to Kirishima, ninth to Ishido, 10th to Uraraka, 11th to Koda, 12th to Sato, 13th to Azui. Azui murmured, "Call me Tsu please." 14th to Aoyama, 15th to Siro, 16th to Kaminari, 17th to Jairu, 18th to Hagakure, 19th to Midoriya, and 20th is Mineta. The purple person burst into tears while crying something that involved Yaoyorozu's melons. That was a logical ruse. The class went silent as a whole for the third time that day before yelling, "What?" Yaoyorozu just said, "It was pretty obvious. I thought everyone knew that. So he wasn't going to expel any of us?" Kaminari asked. No, he was going to. I'm actually quite surprised that he didn't. Midoriya was in the spotlight again. What do you mean? Uraraka said, and Midoriya responded, Eraserhead, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa lifted an eyebrow at his hero name. How'd the kid know? Is responsible for over 90% of all expulsions. Last year, he expelled his entire class. The senpais refer it as the Great Purge. Everyone shivered at the name, and Aizawa asked, "How did you know that?" Midoriya was not going to answer completely honestly. He had to keep Ritsu a secret. First of all, you have to be a hero to teach at UA. Second, you have a capture scarf and a pair of goggles to conceal which Kirkurego interesa thought makest the villains vera cautious but haven't the tight makest them asup, which yo usatu radvan. I'm mumbling, aren't I? He said as he looked up and saw everyone with either a shocked, annoyed, or downright terrified expression. But how did you know the expulsions? Aizawa pressed. Midoriya blinked. It's on the website. If you click on your icon on the website, it says very clearly that you expel anyone you don't deem fit of a hero. Do a bit of looking around on the website and you can calculate how many people you expelled, he said, like he was discussing the weather. By now, everyone was slightly cautious of Midoriya. His information was way too large. That was because of Ritsu, and if he could do calculations that fast, he must be a mathematical whiz. He was, but he was too lazy, so he also used Ritsu. Some of them, including Kaminari and Siro, backed up a step. Aizawa nodded. All right, everyone go back inside for English. English went by rather quickly, at least for Midoriya. Present Mike was just reviewing over some basic grammar rules, something they had learned from Beach Sensei. Midoriya wondered how she would react if they still called her Beach Sensei. Midoriya? Hi, Sensei. Midoriya asked. Present Mike pointed at the board, which had the sentence, "It is a sunny day today. Can you read this for us, little listener?" Midoriya nodded. "It was a sunny day today," he read aloud in English, and Present Mike looked impressed. "Very good. You can barely hear the accent. You must have had a great English teacher, Midoriya." Midoriya thought about Beach Sensei teaching them how to flirt. "You are incredible in bed," and nodded. Yeah, even if she taught a little weirdly, it got the job done. Pleased, Present Mike continued on with his lesson. Midoriya was trying not to burst out in laughter. Beach Sensei? A good teacher? Yeah, she was good at telling them what to do and was able to teach them English, but as an actual teacher? Midoriya snickered in his head. Ectoplasm was teaching math and have given them a worksheet of problems to follow along. Midoriya just did them and didn't pay attention. Midnight was teaching them art and Midoriya was once again reminded of the blonde teacher. Except that Beach Sensei was a bit more subtler. She didn't say that she was turned on whenever they got a question right. They just got kissed. Midoriya was fairly certain that Beach Sensei had kissed everyone in class, including the girls. By the time school ended, Midoriya was bored to death. Koro Sensei was a better teacher than he thought. He packed up his things and got ready to leave. Midoriya was at the entrance when he heard, "Deku-kun." He turned around to see Uraraka waving at him with Ida in tow. "Yes, Uraraka-san? You know my name isn't Deku, right?" Uraraka reached Deku's side while apologizing. Midoriya forgave her. "So, what do you need?" he asked once she calmed down. "Want to be friends?" Uraraka smiled. Midoriya hesitated for a split second before he said, "Sure, Uraraka-chan." Uraraka smiled even more at the chan part. "You too, Ida-kun," Midoriya added. Ida thanked him while chopping the air with his robotic arms. The three walked together until the train station, where Uraraka and Ida had to go. Midoriya waved them goodbye and took out his phone when they left. Oh shoot, he thought, I forgot to ask for their phone numbers. Midoriya shrugged. He guessed that he would have to get them tomorrow. Looking at his phone, he went into the Class 3E group chat. Class 3E chat. Midoriya, I'm alive. Nakamura, he's surprisingly alive. Kurt. Karma, so, you didn't break your arm or something? Midoriya, no I did not. Did you expect me to? Karma, well. Nagisa, he means yes. Karma, Nagisa. Terasaka, serves you right Karma. Karma, shut up Terry. Terasaka, what the hell is that name? The two bantered back and forth while the others put in a comment or two occasionally. Looking up, Midoriya saw his apartment building, so he put away his phone and walked a little quicker towards home. Second day at UA was basically the same as the first day. Midoriya honestly wondered how much extra material Koro-sensei taught them. Then again, Principal Asano made the exam college level. Why was he wondering this? It was because the material they had right now was something Class 3E learned a long time ago. Seriously. He was being bored to death in the best hero school in the country. Sometime during math, Ectoplasm had called on him. Midoriya, please solve this equation if you are as bored as you look. Oh shoot, he looked bored? Getting up, he went up to the board and wrote several strings of numbers. After reaching the solution, 47 to the power of -2, he gave the chalk back to Ectoplasm and walked back to his desk behind Bakugou. Ectoplasm looked slightly amused. Thank you Midoriya, for solving this equation for us. Now let's go over what he did and why he did it. I am here. It's All Might. Wow. That's his Silver Age costume. Midoriya was not fooled. All Might was hurt. His eyes were darting side to side. He spoke shorter sentences than usual. There was the slightest limp. He seemed to be favoring his left side. Midoriya frowned slightly. He was going to file this mystery for later. Now, costumes. Midoriya's costume was like his Class 3E gym uniform. Scratch that, it practically was his Class 3 uniform. The only major changes were the colors. Instead of a grayish blue, it was a dark forest green with stripes of black along the sides of the sleeve and along the seams. Oh, Midobro, you look so manly. Karasuma commented and Midoriya thanked him and smiled. Midoriya was once again the first outside. Luckily, it didn't take as long as yesterday for everyone to get outside. Hey Midoriya, Uraraka said. Her costume was white and pink and looked like a space outfit. Well, too lazy to describe it. Yes, hello Midoriya. Your outfit is quite something. Are you aiming to be an underground hero? Ida said, joining them. His was a silvery suit of armor with some pipes that came out the back. Ah, thanks you guys. Midoriya said and rubbed the back of his head. Attention! All Might's voice rang out and the trio went to join the group of students. Time skip because I'm too lazy to write all the words that All Might says. The teams are still the same and the instructions are still the same. Alright Deku, what do we do? Uraraka said. Knowing Bakugou, he'll leave Ida and go straight for us. How long can you float stuff? About half a minute straight for my weight. Why? What we are going to do is first, you and I will avoid Bakugou. As long as we touch the bomb, we'll be fine. So. Alright. Start. All Might's voice said. Up. Midoriya said and Uraraka floated him up the windows. He looked through them briefly and then saw Bakugou leave in one of them. He got a firm grip next to the window of the room where Ida and the bomb were. He gave a thumbs up and Uraraka let go of him. Then she followed him up to the other side of the window. Once Ida was distracted with his evil monologue, Midoriya silently opened the window and slid in with Uraraka. Uraraka used her zero gravity to slightly float above the ground to keep quiet. However, the window let out a small squeak when it closed. Ida, hearing it, turned around quickly and grabbed the bomb and raced it to the other side of the room. Midoriya swore under his breath. It seemed it would be harder than it was supposed to be. Ida grabbed his walkie-talkie to tell Bakugou of the two enemies when it was shot out of his hands. Ida looked at where it came from. Midoriya stood there, one hand in his belt, ready to grab his rubber knife, another holding a BBB gun. Ha! It looks like we have a challenge. But you shall not prevail, heroes. For I will stop you and blow the city with this bomb. Ida declared and raced towards Midoriya. Now, Uraraka. Uraraka came out of her hiding spot behind one of the pillars and jumped towards the bomb. No dash, Ida started to say, but was cut off when Midoriya grabbed Ida's arm and flipped him against the wall, knocking the wind out him. Sorry, Ida, Midoriya whispered as he wrapped the capture tape around Ida's wrists right before Uraraka touched the bomb. No worries, Ida whispered back. Hero team wins. Now, who was the MVP of this round? Yaoyorozu. It was Midoriya, she said, and Bakugou started fuming. Midoriya almost snorted at the sight. He came up with a plan and was able to slip in without the villains noticing. If the window was not that squeaky closing, they could have easily caught Ida by surprise and capture him and the bomb. If this was real life, then the heroes could then team up against Bakugou. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, for your answer. Actually, I think it was Ida. Everyone turned towards Midoriya. Why do you think this? All Might asked. Because Ida cleaned out the inside, making sure Uraraka couldn't use her quirk efficiently. Had we gone the way he wanted to, it would have been a difficult battle. Not only that, he was able to have the sense to move the bomb and not just attack us. Karo, but Ida was a villain. A very smart villain, nonetheless, and considering he was partnered with Kaken, I'd say it was pretty impressive. All Might nodded. I see you both have put much thought into your answers. Class dismissed. Hey, shitty. Midoriya was walking home. He had gotten Ida and Uraraka's numbers and was now texting them in the chat he had created for the three of them. Yes, Kaken? Bakugou held him by the collar of his uniform. Next time, battle me like a hero, he growled. I'm aiming to be an underground hero. Besides, not all heroes have to fight as soon as possible. That's not what I meant. Bakugou yelled and with his other hand, started creating mini-explosions. Midoriya took out the anti-sensei knife he had up his sleeve and pressed it against Bakugou's throat. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Besides, not everything has to do with brute force. Now, how about letting me go? Bakugou let go of Midoriya in shock and watched as Midoriya strolled away. A few moments after Midoriya disappeared from sight, Bakugou started cursing. While Bakugou was raging, Midoriya was texting frantically in the Class 3E chat. Class 3E chat. Midoriya, I stood up 2 Kaken. Isegai, great job Mido. Okuda, yeah, congrats. Kayano, he deserved it. Karma, are you sure you don't want me to help? Winky face. Midoriya shivered. If he let Karma help, Kaken might be scarred for life. Midoriya, no. Karma, you sure? Midoriya, yes. Karma, fine. Sad face. Nagisa, you would have made him mentally unstable. Karma, no I would not. Nakamura, yes you would. Terasaka, Kurt. Kyato, Kurt. Teisei, Kurt. Karma, okay I get it. Karma geez. Kimura, we have stopped Karma from committing emotional genocide. Sugino, and we all know who would help him. Karma, who? Sugino, no one except maybe Nakamura. We all know you two are the chaos duo. Midoriya, exactly why I didn't need Karma's help. Karma, haha very funny. Kenzaki, did you guys know me and Sugino are going out? Mimura, really? Congrats. Kurahashi, finally. Hazami, you two were lovesick doves, ready to face death itself if you weren't so naive. Sugino, I'm not naive. Hazami, Suiyuri. Sugino, wink with a frown. Isegai, anyway, we all offer our congratulations. Midoriya, tip. Kenzaki, smiley face. Mahara, so cute. Now stop flirting with Sugino, I can see you too and it's making me wonder how I did that. Sagaya, you were a womanizing being, how do you not know? Mahara, shut up Sagaya. Midoriya said, reading the last few texts. He knew someone was going to say that, but Sagaya? He thought it would be more Nakamura. Midoriya then thought about the tickets he got from Kayano and sighed. I guess I'll ask Ida and Uraraka tomorrow. I'll find something to do with the extras. With that being said, he went to his apartment to text some more. He couldn't text while walking in the street, could he? And besides, he didn't want to jump on the roof and end up scaring another old man. Midoriya walked into the classroom and Uraraka waved at him immediately. Hey Deku, she said, and Midoriya waved at her before walking towards her. Ida popped up next to them as well. Hello Midoriya, he said, and Midoriya smiled at him and said, Hey Ida-kun. Midoriya looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was having a mental breakdown. Should I give them the tickets? Oh, God, what if they don't like it? Hey Deku? You okay? Uraraka's voice rang into his brain and he snapped out of his debate to see Uraraka and Ida's worried face. Ah, he rubbed the back of his neck. Just didn't get enough sleep last night. Ida started reprimanding him. A UA student must get enough sleep to have a proper school learning experience. Ida said and waved his arms about. Midoriya chuckled slightly. Oh yeah, I was wondering. Wondering what, Deku? Whether you guys want to go with Meadow si Maze Harunasan Sesh Sintown. Midoriya gushed out a fountain of words. Uraraka giggled at Midoriya's rare moment of embarrassment and replied, Slow it down, Deku? Midoriya took a deep breath and repeated, I was wondering whether you guys want to go with me to see Maze Haruna since she's in town? Ida nodded. This could be a valuable experience as friends and to be able to see a movie star is truly interesting. Uraraka nodded at Ida's declaration. Oh, good, I have a bunch of tickets, 28 to be exact. Uraraka's eyes bugged out of her head when she saw the tickets in Midoriya's hand. She grabbed Midoriya by the shoulders and started to shake him like crazy. How do you have backstage passes to Maze Haruna? It costs a small fortune to have one. And you have 28 of them? Tell me I'm not dreaming. Ida was also in shock. How can you have so many, Midoriya? And why 28? Midoriya sweat dropped and then noticed the class had gone quiet. So quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Midoriya, Mina started, how on earth did you get so many backstage passes? All eyes were on him. Even Bakugou, Todoroki, and Tokoyami were paying attention. One backstage pass was valuable by itself, but 28? Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Even Endeavor couldn't afford that and his SPRM donor was rolling in cash. I sorta know someone who knew several people but they couldn't make it. Most of the class suspiciously looked at Midoriya before going back to their original conversations. Midoriya silently sighed as Uraraka started talking about mochi combinations with Ida suggesting a few mochi treats for her to try. He was quite thankful for Karasuma's teaching on how to lie. Midoriya sweat dropped. After classes, Midoriya handed out 2 passes to Ida and Uraraka when he heard Hagakure's voice. Midoriya-kun? He turned to look at Hagakure's floating clothes. Yes, Hagakure-san? You can drop the san. But, see, can I have one? Midoriya smiled at her question. Why not? It wasn't like he was going to use them for anything else. Sure, Hagakure. Mina appeared beside Midoriya as well. Can I have one as well? Midoriya ended up giving tickets to the entire class. Midoriya pocketed the extras. You never knew when someone would lose their ticket. A few days later, Class 1A gathered by the location of the movie. This is where we are supposed to be, right? Ajura asked and looked around at the green scenery. Yes, even my GPS says so, Momo declared and Ida nodded in confirmation. Where's Midoriya? Uraraka said, worriedly, and everyone looked around. Midoriya was nowhere in sight. Just then they heard some laughter. Geez, Midoriya, you and Nagisa were basically free comedy. Do you know how funny everyone looked at the two of you when you started taking notes? Class 1A turned to the familiar voice only for their minds to be blown. Midoriya and Maze Haruna were talking to each other like they knew each other. They definitely knew each other based on that last sentence. Ida became speechless, Uraraka was about to faint, and even Bakugou was stunned to silence. But then started yelling. Oi, shitty nerd. How the F, do you know someone famous? Maze turned to them and smiled. I wanted to go to a regular school so I went to Kunugigiako with Midoriya. We were even in the same class. Pinch me, Kaminari whispered at Jairu and she promptly did what she was asked. Which? Definitely not dreaming. How, when what? Mina and Hagakure were mentally freaking out and Kirishima just looked at Zero. That's manly, to know someone famous and not brag. Midoriya's eye twitched at his class and at Akari making them freak out so much. Kayano, what was that for? Midoriya ferociously whispered once everyone was out of earshot. Kayano smirked. What, you embarrassed? Kayano laughed when Midoriya let out a sigh. Fine, you win this time, he said, walking away, towards Ida and Uraraka. Bakugou didn't really FNG know what the F was going on. First, the DMN nerd got in without FANG quirk and got into Class 1A. Second, he knew sheet that no one knew where the F it came from. Third, he stood him ifing up and they fought back. And now the DMN nerd wasn't here today. This. Oi, Aizawa-sensei. Deku ain't here. Didn't you say that anyone absent would be expelled or some sheet? He has a family emergency. His father has to go to the hospital. Well, that was a FING lie. Deku didn't have a father. That shitty excuse for a father left anti-Inko and even Bakugou didn't remember him. That FING flame F left that earlier. Alright, you're going to have to choose a class rep. Don't bother me, Aizawa said and zipped into a FING yellow sleeping bag and went to sleep. The class burst into debate and soon, they settled on having Ponytail as rep and Four Eyes as vice rep. With the extra time they had, Bakugou stood up. The FNG overgrown caterpillar was telling a shitty lie. The class looked at him with confused faces until Roundface asked, what lie? The lie about the DMN nerd having a family emergency. He doesn't even have a FING father. The but went to America when Deku was FANG born. With that said, the class fell into a silence. So, Tailman said, where is he? That sunk in. All I effing know, Bakugou said, is that he went to a different school last year than me called Kunugigiako or some sheet. Now he's FANG different. What the FING sheet? Isn't Kunugigiako that private middle school with the most successful graduates? Shitty Hair said out loud and Four Eyes became a key robot and waved his hands around saying, yes. It's even better than Sumai, the school I went to. It wasn't until Momo said, "It's my middle school's greatest rival. We almost always lose to them. Last year we were completely destroyed," that chaos broke out. What the hell? Geez. No wonder he got in and was so cool. That made Bakugou grow a tick mark. He's effing quirkless. The class's heads snapped back to Bakugou. No he isn't, Soy Sauce said. It's effing true. I went to school for him for my iffy entire life until last year. He's useless. He isn't useless. Roundface said and Four Eyes nodded. The rest of the class voiced their disagreements with Bakugou and he sat down, fuming. So, if he is quirkless like Bakugou said, how'd he get in? Did anyone see him? The class all shook their head. Man, not even at recommendations? Kaminari asked and Momo replied, no, I didn't see him. Then how did he get in? Siro said and soon, they were startled by Aizawa saying, he got in through government recommendation. Now be more quiet so I can sleep. The class took in the news in silence. Was government recommendation even a thing? And not only that but, how'd he get the government to recommend him? Midoriya sat in his hero outfit since it fit more than his class 3 uniform. Are you ready? The walkie-talkie in his hand sprang to life with Karasuma's voice. Yes sir, he whispered back. Good. Midoriya put away the walkie-talkie and got out his gun and knife. He had a mission to do. He would not fail. Midoriya listened to Ida's loud explanation on how to enter the bus. As he boarded the bus and sat down, Azui asked, Hey, Midoriya, Karo, how did you get recommended by the government? Midoriya froze at Azui's inquiry. Yeah, how did you? Aizawa-sensei only told us that you got in because you were government recommended. Kirishima questioned and Midoriya felt like groaning. Seriously, Aizawa-sensei? He thought, thinking how to get out of this situation. You guys, if he doesn't want to answer, he doesn't have to. Uraraka protested and Midoriya felt the urge to thank her. But he's quirkless. A cold blanket of tension dropped on them and some shivered. They stared at Midoriya, whose face seemed to darken. So what, just because I'm quirkless doesn't mean I'm useless? Midoriya smiled an eerie grin and a certain great boy trembled. Oh, but dash. But what? But. If I can get ahead of you during the apprehension test on the first day of school, I wouldn't be talking if I were you. Mineta shut his mouth quickly and the dark feeling disappeared as fast as it came. Scary, many people thought as Midoriya chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, but I'm a bit touchy when it comes to my quirkless status. Midoriya apologized and some like Kirishima and Ida nodded and Uraraka said, No problem, Deku. Can you call me by my name instead? Oh, sorry, Midoriya. Thanks. Alright, Aizawa's tired voice said, We're here. Welcome to the USJ. 13 said and everyone thought, Universal Studios Japan. Time skip brought to you by Midoriya's assassin skills. Hey look, there are even fake villains. Kirishima pointed and Midoriya brought his hand to the gun in his hidden pocket and his other hand to his knife. A real knife, mind you, that was the same dimensions of the anti-Korosensei knife, except the weight of course. Those aren't fake villains, Kirishima, he yelled and Aizawa grabbed hold of his capture scarf and instructed 13, take the students out of here. Oh, not so fast, a purple misty guy said behind them. Time skip because I can't find what Kurogiri said. And yeah, Midoriya could feel himself falling into the purple abyss before he found himself falling face first into water. Looking around, he quickly swam towards the boat as he was being chased by some shark villain. Climbing onto the boat, he spotted Azui holding Mineta with her tongue. She threw Mineta onto the deck as she climbed up the side of the boat. Are you guys okay? Midoriya asked. Mineta nodded and Azui responded, I'm fine, Karo. But now, we gotta get off this boat, Midoriya said, worriedly, staring at the villains in the water. There's no way. Mineta protested. I say we stay here. The heroes will come any second now. But how do you know they will? The alarms should have rung as soon as the portal opened. That means they either messed with the alarms or they hacked into the system. He's right, Karo. Mineta teared up. But I don't want to die. We won't die, Midoriya confidently said and started strategizing. He must have mumbled because Azui and Mineta looked at him weirdly, in his opinion at least. Sorry, was I mumbling? Azui nodded. Yep, Karo, you were. So your quirks are frog and sticky hair basically. Yeah, my quirk isn't very good, Mineta said as he took a ball and threw it into the water. See? One villain near the ball cautiously asked, What's that? I don't know, man, better not touch it. A light bulb lit up above Midoriya's head. I've got it, he said, and he quickly told them his plan. Alright, so the villains don't know our quirks, right? Otherwise, they would have sent Azui to the fire zone. We can use that to our advantage. If Mineta throws his ball into the water, when they touch them, I'll use my trank to make them go unconscious. Then, they'll all stay away and we can use the bodies of the unconscious villains to hop towards the exit. Are you sure? Mineta asked and Midoriya gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I got this. Pulling out a gun, he also pulled out a box in one of his pockets full of tiny tranquilizer darts. He ignored Mineta's tiny shriek. It didn't matter how many he used because he could just ask Okuda to make more. Or, he thought, he could have Momo make some more since he also knew the chemical formula. Raising the fully loaded gun, he aimed carefully as Mineta threw another ball near a villain. I don't think it's dangerous, one villain said, and some of the other villains looked at him. Then, why don't you touch it and we'll see whether or not it's safe. Fine, I will. The villain went closer and closer, and as soon as he was about to touch it, Midoriya shot the dart. Freezing up, the villain fell backwards with his eyes closed and floated on his back. Hey, right, said villain 2, 'cause I'm too lazy to give him a name. Seeing that his comrade didn't answer, the other poked him, and when he didn't react, villain 2 warned everyone to stay away from the strange purple ball, considering that the purple ball was now sticking to villain 1's hand. It's working. Mineta whispered quietly and Midoriya nodded. Azui, hold Mineta and grab me with your tongue and get ready. Mineta, throw some more. Mineta nodded and the sky rained with purple ball. Watch out. Get away. Dive. Midoriya shot the darts as fast as he could to create a line. All right now. With a large hop, Azui jumped from villain to villain on the villain bridge. She's getting away. Watch out again. With a smirk, Midoriya shot away any annoyances or hindrances to their escape. Once they reached land, he shot every villain he could see. It was alright though, considering that he made sure that the villains floated on their backs and were in no risk of drowning. We did it, we did it, we did it. Mineta cheered and he quickly shook Midoriya's free hand. I'll never talk about the quirkless like that again. Then why didn't you do that earlier? Never mind, it's not your fault you learned like that. Society's kinda messed up like that. Thank you, Midoriya. Midoriya looked around and noticed the battle in the middle of the US. Come on, you guys, he jerked his head towards the center. Azui and Mineta didn't agree and were frantically, well, Mineta was. Azui just calmly reasoned, trying to dissuade him, but seeing that it was no use, they followed him. After all, at least Midoriya had a gun. Meanwhile, it'll only take 5 minutes until hypothermia sets in, he said, stepping over to the villain he froze. So why don't you tell me your plan? The villain gulped and quickly told his captor everything he knew. Midoriya, Azui, and Mineta watched from the side of the battle. Midoriya's gun was in one hand, loaded with tranquilizer bullets, and another hand was holding his knife that was still in his belt, sheathed away. They watched in horror as Shigaraki summoned his indigo monster, or as he put it, Nomu, to destroy their teacher. Midoriya grit his teeth. Carefully aiming his gun, he quickly shot a dart into its brain, a possible weak spot. Gwa! The creature yelled as it held its head. Midoriya's eyes went wide as it stumbled everywhere. He raised his gun once more and shot another into its brain. The Noma didn't sleep, but it didn't try to attack his teacher. It just swayed around like it was a drunk maniac. Noma, I said, attack Eraserhead. His stats have gone down quite a lot. The Noma did not attack Eraserhead. Instead it looked back at Shigaraki and spun on its heel before crashing down onto its back. It was totally acting drunk. Midoriya aimed once more and shot one more bullet. It did the trick. The The Noma's eyes closed and it relaxed its muscles as it slept. No. You broke my weapon. Shigaraki shrieked, connecting eyes with Midoriya. Quickly pushing Azui and Mineta away, he hissed, "Go around and try to get Sensei. If you can't, just run." Azui caroled in confirmation as Mineta hugged Azui tightly. She quickly hopped away and Midoriya looked back at Shigaraki, whose hands were twitching as he scratched his neck. "No, you cheater, Hacks, no," he hissed, and Midoriya quickly brought up his knife as Shigaraki rushed to him. If he could handle Koro-sensei, Midoriya smirked, he could handle Shigaraki. All he had to do was not get touched by Shigaraki's hands. Right as Shigaraki was about to reach him, he stepped to the side and slashed his knife. It connected with Shigaraki's arm and created a large gash in his forearms. When Shigaraki stumbled by, he shot a tranquilizer dart, only for it to disappear into a dark purple portal. Midoriya's eyes widened and he ducked. Ida ran out of the USJ, with the vow that he will train to be stronger so he could protect his classmates. The tranquilizer that was supposed to be for Shigaraki brushed the top of his fluffy hair and lodged itself into a tree. You should not be playing with these. 13 is out of action but one student escaped, Kurogyari remarked, and Midoriya stepped back. Grimacing, he looked Shigaraki, whose free hand was covering the gash with his pinky in the air. "Kurogyari, you weren't allowed to let anyone out. But no matter. Just this stupid NPC. I'll kill you." Something clicked in his head and the atmosphere dampened around the two villains. "What is this pressure? Bloodlust?" Kurogyari murmured and Midoriya smiled, his pupils fully shone. "Kill." Shigaraki stepped back. "What are you doing, NPC? Kill is so overused nowadays. It's lost its meaning." Midoriya swung the gun at Shigaraki and Kurogyari quickly made a portal in front of Shigaraki. Midoriya walked to the center of the open concrete circle and Shigaraki tried to run at him once more but was blocked by Kurogyari. "Save your energy, Shigaraki. We don't have a proper healer." "Kurogyari." Shigaraki whined as he scratched furiously at his neck. Midoriya turned back around. "I thought you were some big boss. Turns out, you're just some cannon fodder who has to rely on his nanny. What a joke. But everyone knows that the first obstacle boss is just a joke. That does it, you brat." Shigaraki yelled as he pushed past Kurogyari. "Wait, Shigaraki." Kurogyari wasn't able to finish his sentence when Bakugou pounced onto his neck brace. "Move and I'll blow you up. Not so smart now, eh? You motherfucker." "How did you know?" Kurogyari asked, and Bakugou chuckled. "You must have had FING body somewhere. You didn't want any weaknesses so you put it in a shitty neck armor." Midoriya looked at his childhood bully beat the Purple Mist Man and turned his attention to the main problem at hand. Holding his gun, he shot a few rounds of darts. However, Shigaraki was able to somehow dodge them. Gritting his teeth, he switched his weapons, holding the gun in his left and the knife in his right. He prepared to fight but with a sudden bang, the door flew open. "I am here," the symbol of peace said, not smiling. Shigaraki stopped his attack. "All Might." He'd set his teeth and smiled eerily. "How would it feel to not be able to protect your students?" Shigaraki lunged and reached for Midoriya, who slashed his hand just in time to step to the side. All Might rushed down to punch Shigaraki when a portal appeared right in front of them. "You FBSTD." Bakugou yelled as Kurogyari shook him off. Kurogyari then warped to Shigaraki and teleported away. "Dang it," Midoriya murmured, but his frustration soon melted away when he saw All Might in front of him. "Are you okay, young man?" "I'm fine, All Might." "That was some impressive knife work. But do you have a license for that gun?" All Might pointed to the gun in Midoriya's left hand. Some of his classmates had made their way towards the edge of the concrete center during the battle and paled at the gun in Midoriya's hands. "I can show you my license right now." Midoriya put on the safety lever on the gun and shoved it into his belt under his shirt. He then reached for another hidden pocket and took out a wallet. He pulled out a card and showed it to All Might. "Why, you got it last year?" All Might asked in confusion, and Bakugou's mouth dropped slightly. Midoriya nodded and All Might chuckled. "That's even younger than Snipe." He was only allowed to use it during his first year of high school. His classmates paled some more when they heard that sentence. And not only that, Midoriya was able to defeat a Nomu and the villain's Quirkless. A Quirkless beat some villains and a genetically mutated creature that was designed to kill All Might. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if they were now terrified of Midoriya. Midoriya sat in class, quickly and quietly scrolling through his text messages when the door opened. He quickly put his phone back in his pocket and looked at the person at the door. His jaw dropped slightly and his eyebrows shot up. At the door stood Aizawa, but he was covered in bandages from head to toe, as well as having his 2 arms in casts. Midoriya knew he shouldn't be surprised. After all, his former teacher could take a dart that could tranquilize an elephant and still be standing. But the sight of Aizawa still stunned him. How far was this guy going to go just to teach? Aizawa-sensei, are you sure you are okay to teach? Ida voiced his concerns and the class nodded and agreed that Aizawa should have at least taken a day off before coming back. I can teach. If I, a pro hero, could not risk getting hurt, I should not be one. Let that be a lesson to all of you. Midoriya internally agreed. After all, he risked his life still being an assassin. Even before then, his entire class risked getting arrested so that they themselves could kill him. No one else would be allowed. Only Class 3E had that choice. Well, I have an important announcement. Midoriya quirked an eyebrow up and some of his classmates leaned forward to hear this important announcement. The sports festival is coming up. Midoriya's heart lifted as he remembered last year's. His entire class and his 3 teachers gathered around a TV and watched the entire thing. Karasuma had claimed it was for educational purposes. His classmates around him buzzed with excitement and Kaminari said, "Finally, a normal school event." Aizawa gave them a glare and the class went quiet. Aizawa continued, "If you're worried about any villains infiltrating, you shouldn't. Since the school's going forward with the festival, it means that the school's confident that it's got all its ducks in a row when it comes to its crisis control now. I hear the police presence will be 5 times bigger than normal, for example. What you should be thinking about is, what a huge chance the sports festival presents for you all." Midoriya found himself nodding to Aizawa's words and raised his hand. Aizawa looked at Midoriya and nodded. "Are we allowed to bring anything? Like support items?" he asked. "You are, but you have to fill out and send a form to staff for them to allow it since you are in the hero course." "I have the form over there," Aizawa answered while pointing to a pile of papers on his desk. Midoriya nodded. He would have to give that to them later. Once school had ended, Midoriya snatched a paper from Aizawa's desk and started filling it out. He put his name, class, homeroom teacher, date, his item, and the reason he wanted to use it. Midoriya walked to the office to give them his form. Knocking on the office door, the door opened and revealed Snipe at the door. "Oh, hello," Snipe said, and Midoriya showed him his form. "Ya want a support item?" Snipe asked. "Yep." "Alright, I'll make sure you get your form to Nizu. See ya later," Snipe said as Midoriya thanked him and started to walk away. "Oh yeah, nice gun skills by the way." "Thanks, Snipe-sensei." Midoriya smiled over his shoulder and walked away. As he went out of UA, he heard Uraraka and Ida. Looking over, he asked, "You guys waited for me?" Uraraka nodded. "I thought you might want to walk together." "Yes, we also knew you might want to fill out one of those papers," Ida said, and Midoriya smiled at him. "Well, you were right, so thanks." The trio walked out the gates and Uraraka asked, "Are you going to use a gun like at the USJ?" "No, I don't think so. I'm only going to use some Kali sticks," Midoriya replied. "Besides, I don't think they'll allow me to have guns." Ida said, "Most likely. However, if you were allowed, I'm sure that you would best many, if not all of us. Your skills are quite incredible." Midoriya whipped his head at Ida. "So, you guys aren't weirded out?" Ida smiled and Uraraka answered, "Nope. Sure, it might be scary at first, but at least it's not bombs like Bakugou. And besides, Snipe uses guns, doesn't he?" Midoriya smiled. "Thanks, you guys." "No problem." Midoriya sat on his bed and turned on his phone. Going to the Class 3E chat, he put in, "Midoriya, you guys? UA's doing the sports festival. Kimura, Really? Midoriya, Chiba, are you using your gun? Hayami, don't think so, Chiba. Chiba, oh. Yada, Midoriya would win outright. Midoriya, thanks for the confidence. Nagisa, more like everyone would be terrified like with Karma's bag. Karma, my bag is my treasure. Nagisa, Karma. It has keys, nose clips, tape, rope, and more. Anyone would be terrified. Karma, I don't use it all the time. Midoriya, that is true. Karma, see? Meg, I still wouldn't allow you to have it. Karma, Smig. Isegai, I agree. Karma, no. Midoriya, me neither. Karma, you betrayed me, Midoriya. Itona, any machines? Midoriya, they might have robots for one of the rounds. Itona, just make an EMT or something. Midoriya, aren't those illegal? Itona, isn't killing illegal? Nakamura, he's got you there, broccoli boy. Midoriya, for the last time, I am not broccoli. Kayano, your hair is greener than my wig. Midoriya, so? Sujino, you are as much as a broccoli as much as Nagisa is a girl. Nagisa, I am not a girl. Sujino, look like one. Nagisa, not my fault. Terasaka, ha shorty. Karma, didn't you once say you were a puppet and I was the puppet master? Terasaka, yeah? Karma, does that still apply now? Midoriya, Karma no. Nagisa, Karma no. Isegai, Karma, please don't. Karma, Karma yes. Fua, you better run for your life, Terasaka. Terasaka, no way. Karma, all I need to do is ask Ritsu for your address. Terasaka, oh hell no. Izuka dear. Time for dinner. It's Katsudon. His mother called from down the hallway and Midoriya turned off his phone. Okay mom, I'm coming. Midoriya shouted back and put his phone away as he went to eat his favorite. Katsudon. You want to have a match with the problem child? Aizawa asked Snipe, who nodded. Aizawa sighed as he looked at Midoriya's form for support items. At least he hasn't chosen a gun for his item, he murmured. Aizawa was quite worried when Midoriya asked whether they could bring support items. He sighed. Problem child would still make trouble with these. Aizawa could feel it. In the form of a headache. Hey, Uraraka? Yeah, Midoriya? The trio, made up of Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya, walked down the hallway towards the cafeteria. Why do you want to be a hero? It's I'm not very proud but. It's for the money. Ida and Midoriya looked at her, confused. You don't seem like you would do that, Ida commented and Uraraka rubbed the back of her neck. My family owns a construction company, only no one has given us work so we're flat out broke. Midoriya thought about it for a second before pointing out, but isn't your quirk perfect? You could cut a lot of costs with that. Uraraka nodded quickly and eagerly, yeah, but my father said that I should follow my dreams over helping them. But I don't have that great of a motive. Like you, Midoriya. You want to help everyone and you're quirkless so you're setting an example. My first reason's money. Ida scrunched his eyebrows just a little bit. But you are helping your family with their financial situation. That is very heroic to do. Really? Yeah. Midoriya nodded and Uraraka smiled. I'm going to do my best so that I can get stronger and I'll help people, not just my family. So that's why. I want to be a great hero. To help others and to help my family have a good life. Uraraka declared and the two boys smiled and Midoriya cheered. What about you, Ida? Midoriya turned to his blue-haired friend and he paused. Do you, Ida hesitantly asked, know the hero Ingenium? The two nodded and Ida continued, my brother is Ingenium. So I am going to keep my brother's legacy going and make my family proud. Midoriya blinked. He should have known. Ida's name was Iid. He had engines in his calves, the type of quirk that the Ida families always have. He face-bombed. I should have known. Don't think like that, Midoriya. Uraraka said and Midoriya smiled. Yeah, I shouldn't. Still, Midoriya still felt like something was going to happen. His assassin sense was tingling after all. Whether it was good or bad, Midoriya didn't know. As the class ended, Midoriya watched as Bakugou walked over to the door to open it, only to find a crowd of people outside the door. What are they doing here? Siro asked and Bakugou answered, they want to check out the competition who faced off with villains. Midoriya quickly sighed in relief, seeing that Bakugou was calm, or at least, as calm as he could be. However, his hopes were soon dashed when Bakugou yelled, "Get the F out of my way, shitty extras." Midoriya never felt more annoyed at Bakugou than ever. Apparently, someone else in the crowd shared his thinking. Wow, I never knew Hero Corps students were so arrogant, a purple-haired boy said, whose hair was defying gravity. Midoriya bit his lip as he watched the exchange. Earlier that day, he had gotten a call from Karasuma, saying that he was needed. Looking at the clock, there was still an hour and 10 minutes until they had to meet. Unfortunately, he had to take the train to get there, which took half an hour by itself. He couldn't waste time. The purple-haired kid, who had introduced himself as Shinso, continued to talk about how general education students could move up to the hero course and that it would also work vice versa. So you should best watch our backs. The only one I respect is the quirkless student. The reason why being personal. The purple kid walked back out as a blonde and a gray-haired boy with long eyelashes started ranting as well. Midoriya sighed. This was getting nowhere. Going through his bag, he took out a small grappling hook attached to a long rope and threw it at the vent. Class 1A and the people outside stopped talking to look at him. "Midobro, what are you doing?" Kirishima asked as they watched him make the vent door swing open. Midoriya pulled on the rope before climbing up it with his bag. Midoriya was feeling rather glad that he took the time to memorize the school's vent system. Taking a shortcut. I've got a mandatory meeting and it starts very soon. Midoriya got inside the vents and popped his head out to ask, anyone want to come? Ida looked at him before chopping his arms around and he said, Midoriya, you shouldn't be in the vents. So that's a no? Midoriya said. He then shrugged his shoulders. Well, at least I asked. Midoriya's head disappeared from everyone's view as he fastened the vent door back on. What a mad banquet of darkness, Tokoyami said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Even the ones outside the door. Midoriya stretched as he got off the train. Putting his hands on his backpack straps, he started walking towards a place he knew well. Very well. His shoes crunched as he stepped on the dirt path up the mountain. After 25 minutes, he finally got to the top. His head went side to side as he looked around the building. You guys can come out now. Don't think I can't see you. 26 thuds confirmed his suspicions. You guys. Class 3E came out of the bushes to look at Midoriya. Karasuma and Irina came out as well. Why are we here? Midoriya asked, confused. We have reports that there have been meddling with antimatter, Karasuma said, and Midoriya's heart dropped. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Nakamura said, and everyone nodded eagerly. Midoriya smiled as he saw the twinkle in Karasuma's eye. At least one thing was certain. If Class 1A turned their back on him, he still had Class 3. They stood around the abandoned building in the Kamino ward and entered the building through the windows. There was no light and wires were dangerously scattered all over the floor. What is this place? Terasaka said as he looked around. Where they are making something big, Karma answered. He and Nagisa opened the door while Chiba and Hayami pointed their guns to the door opening. His heart dropped when he saw what was inside. Nomes. Dozens of them. They're Nomes, Midoriya whispered, and everyone turned their eyes at him. You know what these things are? Karasuma asked, and Midoriya nodded. There were villains who attacked us at USJ. They were at the USJ incident. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the monsters. Then we have to destroy them, Karasuma concluded as he pulled out their wires that connected the tubes, and the class started to do the same. Terasaka, with his strength quirk, started to break the tubes, and Karma burned them with his hellfire. Now, even if they were still alive, they wouldn't be able to regenerate. Incinerated cells couldn't do that after all. After sweeping through the place, the class and Karasuma left. Midoriya looked back at the building before going faster to keep up with his class. There was something about that place that struck him funny. Inside the building, he listened to them talk and leave. He listened to them breaking his prized possessions. It was not matter. He would keep making them and making them. As long as he was still alive. He would keep coming back like the pest he was. Midoriya sat inside of his classroom, waiting for the sports festival to start. He had an idea, a rather unusual idea, sure, but an idea. Then again, Itono was practically expecting him to do this. Midoriya. Todoroki's voice interrupted Midoriya's train of thought. Midoriya looked up at Todoroki. Yes? Todoroki? Between the two of us, I would say I am stronger than you. Okay? Midoriya stared at the teen in front of him, not understand what Todoroki was implying. That is why I will beat you and win the sports festival. A declaration of war? Already? Kirishima yelled and Bakugou lit up his hands. Don't declare war to the wrong thing extra. Bakugou yelled but Todoroki was already walking away. Don't you ignore me. Midoriya's sweat dropped at the scene in front of him and Uraraka and Ida came up to comfort him. Do not worry, Midoriya. Yeah, don't pay attention to Todoroki. Midoriya brought his hands up and waved them. I'm good, you guys. No need to worry. The two sighed in relief as Aizawa came into the classroom. Line up, Aizawa said. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Class 1A walked out into the sun as Present Mike commentated. Present Mike quickly announced the support, business, and management classes in such a way that made Midoriya think, biased much. When Midnight told Bakugou to give a speech, Bakugou announced, I pledge to be number one. Midoriya really wanted to strangle Bakugou. What was he even thinking? The other classes looked like they wanted to beat up Class 1A. Seriously. Midoriya bit his lip and clenched his pants with his hands so that he didn't punch Bakugou or something. Because even if Bakugou couldn't mince his words up, he didn't have to announce it to the world like that. He was totally going to stop Bakugou winning the sports festival. The first round is an obstacle course. Midnight announced and Midoriya looked at the narrow entrance tunnel. This was an obstacle in itself. Ready? Go! As soon as Midnight said that, everyone rushed to the front. Except Midoriya. A flash of coldness and the people at the front had ice sticking them to the ground. After 5 seconds, Midoriya sprinted ahead. It was like a cross-country race. He weaved himself through the people running. It's the first obstacle, Present Mike declared when they reached the giant robots. Weren't these from the entrance exam? Someone shouted. Midoriya looked at the robots. How could they even afford this? As Todoroki froze one, Midoriya used the ice on one robot to go to another free robot. What's this? Midoriya from Class 1A seems to be on one of the robots. Midoriya opened one of the panels to reveal the inside wiring. With a bit of tweaking here and there, the robot was now under Midoriya's control. His smirk represented Karma's. Itono would be so proud of him. Somewhere, sitting on a couch on a meeting with his Class 3E friends. There's Midori using what I taught him. Itono pointed at the screen. Geez, that's dangerous, which is just like him. Nagisa sighed as Karma put on his infamous grin. Oh, is this your middle school class, Nagi? A brown-haired girl that looked like a boy asked as she looked at Nagisa's screen. Some other people with black, blonde, and strawberry blonde hair looked at it as well. Your friends have some interesting color hair, one of twins said at the exact same time. Then again, you have blue hair, the other twin said. Nagisa sighed as some of Class 3E chuckled and continued to watch the sports festival. Midoriya's using the robot to bypass all the obstacles. Aizawa, what have you been teaching your class? I didn't teach them that. They came up with their own strategies by themselves. Midoriya reached the fall with some stone pillars. Carefully, he put half the robot on one side and jumped from the robot's leg that was closest to the other side. With him, he took one of the robot's panels. He looked behind him as a pink-haired girl used a grappling hook-like invention to swing across the chasm before running ahead. Midoriya was rather fast, if he said so himself. Reaching the mines, he looked at Todoroki and Bakugou battling it out. Looking at the ground, he dug up some of the mines and put them in one pile, angling it. Then, he did what would hopefully not kill him. Midoriya, like the green broccoli boy he was, jumped on it with the panel like a sleigh. A loud boom rang through the course. What? That explosion wasn't supposed to be that big. Something's coming out of the pink smoke. Midoriya practically flew through the air with his metal panel of a sleigh. Todoroki and Bakugou stared at him as he went in front of them. The two started picking up the speed, making sure that there was the least amount of space as possible. Which was pretty ironic, Midoriya thought. Because his plan wouldn't work unless they did that. So Todoroki and Bakugou brought their own downfall. He flipped, putting his feet on the two's backs and slammed the metal piece on the ground, exploding more bombs. The bombs shot him forward while stopping Todoroki and Bakugou. Sorry, Midoriya. Thought, but I'm getting first. Midoriya rolled as he got to the other side of the minefield and raced forward with as much speed as he could muster. Sound seemed to disappear. He could practically see Koro-sensei by the finish line, with one of those stupid tiny flags, cheering him on. He could see the pride on Koro-sensei's face as he crossed the finish line. Then all of a sudden, it was like the world was unmuting itself. The loud cheers filled his ears as Present Mike yelled into his mic. First place goes to Midoriya Izuku. What a game changer. He walked away from the tunnel as Todoroki and Bakugou came into sight. Second place goes to Todoroki Shuto and third goes to Bakugou Katsuki. These powerhouses have a lot of game in them. As more and more people ran through the finish line, Midoriya let himself smile at his victory. He would win for himself, for his class, and for Koro-sensei. Somewhere, at a mansion. Your classmate was crazy. Hikaru thought out loud as Karma and Nagisa celebrated Midoriya's victory. Honey started twirling with his bunny and commented, "It was so exciting." Honey bounced towards Mori. "That's just one of his charms." Kuroi smiled and Tamaki walked over. "What about one of my charms?" Tamaki used one of his seducing tricks on her. It did not work. Kuroi looked at him in the eye and said, "You're annoying." Tamaki started sulking in a corner and the twins started laughing. It's just like her to say that. Nagisa laughed and Karma grinned, amused, behind him. "All right." Midnight yelled as she waved her arm over her head. The 42 people who had passed, including Midoriya, walked closer to the stage. "Our next activity will be..." The wheel spun as Midnight announced. "It'll probably be a team battle," Midoriya thought, watching the wheel. Being a hero also means being able to work as a team. A cavalry battle. Knew it. As Midnight explained the point system, Midoriya could feel all his opponent's eyes on him. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to win in the first round. "Go make your teams." Midoriya looked around, but everyone was either making their teams or staying away from him. Which wasn't good if he wanted to advance to the next round. Midoriya. Midoriya turned at the mention of his name to see Uraraka skipping towards him. "Can I be in your cavalry team?" Midoriya smiled. "Sure, Uraraka. You don't mind?" Uraraka shook her head. Just then, a pink-haired girl bounded towards them. 10 million. The girl landed in front of him. "Wait," Uraraka said, "you're that girl with those inventions." Invention girl beamed and pointed towards herself with her thumb. "My name's Hatsume, and I'm going to be famous and make babies everywhere. Like this baby." If it weren't for the fact that he met an assassin that liked to eat guns, then Midoriya would be so confused at Hatsume. It turned out that he wasn't the only one thinking this, but Uraraka said it out loud. "Why babies?" "Because I made them, therefore they're my babies." Hatsume reasoned. It made more sense than eating guns. Somewhere in the world. "Achoo! You better not be sick." "Don't worry, I won't," he replied, liking his gun. "We need one more," Midoriya thought as he looked around. They needed someone who could attack but someone who could also defend. His eyes scanned the arena until he spotted the person he needed. "Do you have a team?" "No. Would you like to join mine?" "And the cavalry battle will begin when I say go. Ready? Go!" "Uraraka, lighten us. I'm going to use the jetpack." Midoriya yelled as he turned the invention on. The ground below them was softening quickly, but they were able to get out. Now in the air, Midoriya smirked. "If you want the 10 million, go get it," he yelled, throwing his headband at the oncoming teams, who soon started battling for it. The most prominent teams were Bakugou and Todoroki. Midoriya's smirk went even wider. "Midoriya, may I ask what that was for?" Tokoyami turned to Midoriya, who explained, "Well, no one would pass up the chance for the points, right? So all we have to do is get some other points. At the end, if we can, we'll get the points. Tokoyami nodded at the plan. Now, let's sneak up on some people, shall we? There was only 5 minutes left on the clock. Midoriya had already stolen over 350 points when Present Mike finally noticed his actions. What's this? Midoriya's been taking headbands from the other teams. It's logical. By giving away the 10 million, he's taking the attention away from him. Hearing this, the teams became more vigilant and cautious of their surroundings. Midoriya mentally cursed. Did they have to give away his plan? It was no matter, they were already in second place with the amount of points he got, with a few hundred in between his team and the team after him. All he had to do was not to let anyone get his points. Dark Shadow was effortlessly defending against any oncoming attacks, and the girl's quirk inventions were a tremendous help. The best thing? Bakugou and Todoroki were still battling it out for the 10 million. Midoriya turned behind him and ducked, right in time. A hand swooped above his messy green curls. The attacker was a purple head, the one who was at the storming of Class 1A. I know. You're the quirkless one, aren't you? Midoriya bit his tongue. Shinso, he remembered, wanted him to talk. But I'm going to leave you alone, don't worry. God knows that we've both suffered. With that said, Shinsu's team left, leaving Midoriya and his team confused. 1 minute on the clock. Midoriya snapped his head forward. There was only 1 minute left. I've got an idea, he murmured to Uraraka and Hatsum. Float us above the stadium, high enough to avoid any attacks but low enough so that Present Mike can still see us. The two girls nodded and did what he asked. 30 seconds. Wait, is that Midoriya's team I see up in the clouds? It's because he has Uraraka, which makes things easier. Without anyone else who can get up there, Midoriya's team is safe and will most likely move on to the final round. You hear that? Aizawa's made some crazy conclusions. It's only logical. Well, with that being said, there's 15 seconds left. As the seconds counted down, Midoriya's smirk went higher and higher, until at last, there was only 5 seconds on the clock. 5. Did his friends see him here? 4. Did his family? 3. Did the ones who never believed in him see him? 2. Did the world see him? 1. Did Koro-sensei see him? 0. Time's up. Did he prove the world wrong yet? Not yet. Midoriya's team went down from the sky as Present Mike announced the results. In first place is Team Todoroki, with a total of 10,615 points. Second place is Team Midoriya, with a high score of 695 points. Third place is Team Bakugou, who has 615 points. Finally, in fourth place is Team Shinsu. His team has 475 points. As the crowd cheered, Midoriya smiled at the sky. Was Koro-sensei proud? Todoroki, why am I here? Midoriya asked, confused. He and Todoroki were in an abandoned hallway. Midoriya didn't know why he was here. Shouldn't it be Bakugou? You are strong. That wasn't what Midoriya expected. If you went against me, I would have used my fire. Todoroki's eyes went from his left hand up to Midoriya's face. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Oh yeah, I do. Midoriya's carefree voice struck Todoroki oddly. His voice seemed different. Like Midoriya expected it. Then I don't need to explain myself. Todoroki was going to walk away when Midoriya chuckled. Do you know how many quirkless die by the time they're my age? Todoroki turned to look at Midoriya. His eyes narrowed. What was Midoriya saying? If you don't know, over 18.5% of quirkless people my age die or go missing from suicide, murder, abuse, or accidents. Those people would die and kill to have a quirk. Midoriya looked up and Todoroki felt fear in his heart. The same fear he felt from his father. But the acidic green eyes seemed to judge Todoroki down to his very soul. Just because you suffered doesn't mean that everyone else should. What if your ice isn't enough? What if it's freezing and snowing and your ice would make everything worse? You're killing yourself and you're killing others. I was suicide baited. I don't want to pretend I understand you. But let me tell you something. Midoriya leaned forward and walked right to Todoroki. When he was right next to him, Midoriya whispered into his ear, "I was a product of a quirk marriage. And I've suffered a great deal. So don't judge a person by their cover. That gets you and everyone else killed." Midoriya leaned away from Todoroki's ear and walked away. Todoroki clenched his heart while he watched the back of Midoriya retreat. What was the feeling? And how could he stop it? Todoroki had a lot to think about. Was this worth it? Or was Midoriya stopping him from his rebellion? Midoriya left Todoroki at the hallway and grabbed something before he made his way to the stands. "Hey, Midoriya." Uraraka waved him over. Midoriya smiled and made his way to Uraraka and Ida. "Hello. Are you ready, Midoriya?" Ida said, and Midoriya nodded. "What's going on right now?" Midoriya asked as he sat down with his weapons. "They're setting up for the first round. Present Mike should be announcing them about now. And we are back. The third and final round is about to begin in 10 minutes. The matches will be shown on the screen." Midoriya didn't have to scan the screen for a long time since he was the first match. "I should probably start preparing in the waiting room." Midoriya stood up and Uraraka and Ida followed him. "Do you feel okay?" "It's okay to be nervous," Uraraka asked him as they sat in the waiting room. "I do a bit, but I'm used to this kind of feeling." Midoriya smiled at her reassuringly. The phone in his pocket buzzed. "Is that your phone?" Ida asked as Midoriya pulled it out. "Yep." Unlocking it, he saw the group chat being spammed with good lucks. He smiled and put it away. "What was it about?" Uraraka asked curiously. "Just some of my friends back at my old school." Midoriya rubbed the back of his head. Uraraka nodded. "It's nice for them to text you." Midoriya nodded. 10 minutes is almost up." Ida pushed up his glasses. "We'll be cheering you on." "Thanks." The two friends left the waiting room, leaving Midoriya, who smiled. "It'll be like Class 3E sparring," he whispered as he gripped his wooden Kali sticks in his hands. Quiet and fast, just like an assassination. His green eyes glowed a toxic color. Shinso knew that the quirkless had it much worse than him. However, the quirkless kid, Midoriya, still got into the hero course. To be honest, if Midoriya didn't give him a good fight, he would be disappointed. But Shinso was kinda inspired by him. As he walked through the hallway to the stage, he could see Midoriya holding some sticks. They were probably allowed since he was quirkless. Quirkless. Shinso looked at his opponent in the eye to see a dull emerald color. Getting into a fighting stance, he opened his mouth, waiting for midnight to announce the start. He had to prove himself to his idol after all. Not that the quirkless kid was his idol. It was just nice to see someone who was as disadvantaged as him be in the hero course. Midoriya bit the inside of his lower lip. "Ready? Go!" Midoriya ran up to Shinso as soon as he could and used a back kick. Shinso stumbled backwards and Midoriya immediately started to use his Kali sticks. Anything to make sure he wouldn't talk. Pounding on his side and forearms, he pushed Shinso to the edge and kicked him once more. Midoriya Izuku is the winner. He could hear the crowd cheer him on until Present Mike said, "Wow. Did you see that, folks? That's Midoriya Izuku, the famous quirkless teenager who made it into the hero course." The cheers dissolved into murmurs. And Midoriya knew that not all of them were good. Turning to the purple-haired kid on the ground, Midoriya stuck out his hand. Shinso grabbed it. "You've got an amazing quirk," Midoriya said happily. "That what?" "It's true. You can use it for hostage situations and panic attacks, and there are so many great uses to it." "So you don't think it's villainous?" Shinso asked, unbelievingly. Midoriya nodded. "Yeah. It's not like you're here to be a villain, right?" Shinso smiled and nodded. What a beautiful display of sportsmanship. Give it up for Midoriya and Shinsu. Finally, the murmurs started to become cheers once more. The two on stage smiled before turning back to back and walking away. "Good job, Midoriya." His class congratulated him as he came back to the stands. "Who's next?" Kaminari asked and Midoriya answered, "Todoroki and Shiro." They watched as Todoroki and Shiro came on the stage. They watched as Todoroki shot a glacier of ice into Shiro. "Hey, isn't that a bit too much?" Shiro said, and Midnight declared him to be out. Todoroki walked up to Shiro and melted his ice cage. Sorry. Midoriya could see the frustration in his eyes. He could see the conflict inside of him. He could see the anger, the sadness, the confusion. He was just like Class 3. Midoriya took out his phone and looked at the group chat once more. Class 3 e-chat. Itona, good job using what I taught you. Midoriya, thanks. It was useful. Karma, make them regret the day they faced you. Nagisa, don't do that. Isegai, anyway, congrats. Nakamura, do just as well against that Todoroki kid. Chiba, he's like the government and that gun guy combined. Hinano, what's his name again? Gusto? Grando? Kurara, it's Gastro. Midoriya, oh yeah, that guy. With smog and grip. Karma, I still gotta beat that grip guy again. Kayano, not again. Midoriya, we'll invite them with Karasuma-sensei and Beach-sensei and Lovro. Nagisa, putting away his phone, he looked at the next match, where Kaminari was destroyed by Ibara's vines. He winced in the defeat and watched as Ida and Hatsum came up on the stage. However, why is he in those machines? Kirishima questioned as they watched the two. Aren't they supposed to fill out a form, like you, Midoriya? Uraraka turned to him and Midoriya nodded. Yeah, what's Ida doing? Whatever Ida said convinced Midnight to let him wear them. Wait, he's against Hatsum. She's going to... Everyone watched as Hatsum used Ida to showcase her babies or inventions. After 10 minutes of advertising, Hatsum stepped out of the ring, leaving a confused Midnight, who just announced, Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida is the winner. That's kind of, Midoriya began. Embarrassing? Weird. A blow to his pride? Yeah, that. Uraraka and Midoriya went down to comfort the distraught Ida. Mina and Aoyama were next to battle. After going back and forth, Mina was able to slide to Aoyama and take him out. Tokoyami was able to defeat Momo by pushing her out of bounds. Midoriya looked at Momo's face and decided to talk with her later. It was like Karma's after that big test. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida waited in one of the waiting rooms for Uraraka's match against Bakugou during the match between Kirishima and someone from Class 1B called Tetsu. Personally, Midoriya thought that Tetsu needed to get a new name. How are you feeling? Midoriya asked and Uraraka shrugged. Ida started saying, Bakugou wouldn't go full force on a lady. No, he would. Ida and Uraraka turned to look at Midoriya. He's going to go all out to show that he's actually trying to beat you. He doesn't want to do it halfway. Uraraka nodded with a determined face. She stood up and said, I'll see you in the finals. She walked away, leaving the waiting room and Midoriya and Ida. And the two competitors are breaking the tie with an arm wrestling battle. Midnight waved her whip around as the stadium cheered. Kirishima and Tetsu brought their arms onto a box and locked hands. On your mark, get set, go. The two activated their quirks and the battle of rock versus steel started. Back and forth their arms went until, bam! And Kirishima's won the battle. Amazing! Present Mike suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the table while he yelled into the microphone. Sit down, Aizawa said, not looking at his friend next to him. Present Mike quickly pulled in his chair and sat in it. After the two competitors shook hands and left the battlefield, Present Mike announced the next pair. And our final match in our first round is our Explosion Master Bakugou versus the Zero Gravity Princess, the Duchess of Space herself, Uraraka. Stop being so biased, Aizawa scolded Present Mike, who held the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. All right then, get ready. Go! Midnight yelled. Uraraka immediately started to run towards Bakugou, sticking low to the ground. She's going low to the ground, Midoriya muttered, his chin resting in between his pointer finger and thumb. There must be a reason, I assume? Ida turned to his analyzing friend, who nodded. Yes, there must be, that's it. He perked up his head and slammed his fist into his left hand as Bakugou created an explosion. What's it? Ida tilted his head. Look at all the rubble. What? Ah, I see. She's creating debris for her quirk, correct? Ida guessed. Midoriya turned to Ida and nodded. There was a bigger reason why she wanted to do this. Not only were there more rubble, but she would be creating dust everywhere, which served as a smokescreen. Not only that, but all quirks have a limit. She was trying to get Bakugou tired. He looked up for a split second before looking back down at the arena. Midoriya bit the bottom of his lip and the corners of his mouth started to tilt down. It was a smart plan, sure, but at this rate. And there's another explosion by Bakugou. Uraraka's sure beaten up now. Go a little easier on her, will ya? Yeah, stop bullying the poor girl. Boo! Big bully! That is improper behavior for a hero to have. Ida scolded them, chopping his hands up and down. Yeah, they're underestimating her. If Bakugou was having an easy time, he'd just blast her out of the ring, Midoriya pointed out. That meant Bakugou was having a tough time. Midoriya could see his chest go up and down heavily. Bakugou was near his limit, but so was Uraraka. Will you all be quiet? Bakugou's giving her a fair fight. Besides, if you had paid attention to your surroundings, the dust settled down, showing the floating rocks above, you would have noticed that she had a bigger plan. Release. Uraraka brought the pads of her fingers together. The rocks started to fall down, tumbling down to the arena. It's a meteor shower. Present Mike screamed. The crowd watched as the rocks fell. Bakugou sneered. Lifting up his hands, he yelled, I'm not going to be eliminated yet. The explosions from his hands grew larger and larger, until it was a beam of light. The rocks fell down as ashes and dust. Bakugou just disintegrated the rocks. No, I've got to keep going. Like everyone else. Uraraka swayed on her feet. She took a step forward. She took another step. Uraraka fell down. Uraraka is knocked out. Bakugou's the winner. Bakugou POV. Did you give her that plan, shitty Deku? Bakugou said as he turned the corner. Midoriya looked behind him. No, that was completely her idea. If you thought that battle was tough, it was because of Uraraka, not me. Midoriya turned away, leaving Bakugou stunned. He had never heard him talk back. Why was he like this now? Uraraka held up her phone to her ear, tears dripping down her face. I'm sorry I lost, she started, but her father interrupted her. She cried as her parents told her how much they loved her. Midoriya was walking to his second round match when he saw Endeavor approaching him. You're that quirkless brat, aren't you? Endeavor crossed his arms and looked down at Midoriya. You're that BS dirty father, aren't you? Midoriya shot back. Endeavor grounded his teeth. Don't talk to me like that, I'm the number 2 hero. Then don't talk to me like that when you aren't even allowed back here. Better yet, never talk to me or to your kids ever again. Midoriya walked away. Endeavor was silent until his flames lit up bigger than normal. Useless wretch, he yelled. Midoriya smirked as he heard Endeavor's outrage. He gripped his Kali sticks tighter before loosening his grip. He had a battle to win after all. Todoroki and Midoriya stood on opposite sides of stage. There had been a 10-minute break to fix it up after Uraraka and Bakugou's match earlier. And with this battle starts the second round. Who will win? Midoriya, the quirkless wonder, or Todoroki, the ice prince? Poor kid. He doesn't have a chance against that Todoroki kid. Are they sure this is safe? Midoriya grit his teeth as he heard the crowd's murmurs. He wasn't useless, no matter what Bakugou or any of them said. He had his weaknesses. They all did. But he had strengths as well. And the battle will begin. Ready, start. Todoroki POV. Todoroki raised his right hand and let out several pillars of ice. He couldn't see Midoriya until he saw his ice cracking. Midoriya burst through his ice. Todoroki let out another ice attack. Midoriya dodged. Todoroki kept his attack up, never letting Midoriya get a minute to catch his breath. But still Midoriya dodged. Why wasn't it working? Midoriya was supposed to be below him. Even if he had those eyes. Why are you only using half your power? Todoroki turned to the sound. Midoriya was standing on top of an icy spike, his breath steady but heavy. Todoroki let out some more ice. Are you looking down on me? Todoroki bit his teeth together. I can see you. You're shaking and there's frost coming up on your right side. Midoriya was right. Todoroki's shaky breath was getting harder and harder to control. Do you think that life's easy? Do you think that everything will be solved with only half of your power? Shut up. Shut up. Is this what he taught you? When you can be whatever you want. Is this worth it? Using only your left side when you have so much more. Did he pay you? Todoroki glared at the green-haired boy. Did he pay you to tell me this? No, but it's what my teacher would have wanted. And it's what I would have wanted. Did you know that my friend's parents almost died from the cold? Todoroki's breath hitched. Life is so much worse with these publicity stunts. Are you trying to add to that? Is this what you'll always be? An icy version of your father? Hatred only gets you so far, you know. Shut up. Shut up. Is this what your mother would have wanted? You don't know anything about my mother. Todoroki's glare could have burned a hole through Midoriya's head. The stormy eyes met acidic eyes. Todoroki resisted the urge to shudder. It's your power, Todoroki. Not his. He can't control you. Do you want to be a hero? Then it clicked. His mother. Why couldn't he have remembered it? Flashback. Mama? Can I be a hero? Todoroki looked up from his mother's lap. Rei smiled gently and rubbed the top of her son's head. Of course you can. But just remember, all you have to be is yourself. Flames bursted out of his skin on his left side. Good job, Shudo, his sperm donor yelled. But he didn't care. He didn't care. Thank you, Midoriya, he said. Midoriya smirked. You're welcome. Everyone waited in bated breath as the two students had a shouting match, until one of them burst into fire. Bringing up his right hand, Todoroki shot out a column of fire at Midoriya. The crowd couldn't see the stage as an explosion suddenly occurred, brining up dust, ice, and rock. It wasn't until many moments later until they could see part of the battleground. Todoroki was panting, his breath uneven and ragged. His uniform was half burnt away as he staggered on the stage. That was expected. What happened? Present Mike shouted as the dust slowly cleared away. Aizawa leaned forward to his mic and said, the air molecules were compressed together due to the sheer amount of ice on the stage. However, due to Todoroki's fire, the air rapidly expanded, causing the explosion. Talk about a wild experiment. They couldn't see Midoriya. Midnight looked around the stage. Debris was laying everywhere. It looked like Cementos need to do a lot of work. Just then, Todoroki felt pain at the back of his knees. Almost dropping onto his knees, he quickly caught himself and turned around, his right arm swinging around. Big mistake. Midoriya, who was behind him hiding in the rubble, grabbed his right arm and judo through him. Todoroki could feel the sudden escape of air from his lungs. He couldn't breathe. And Todoroki is thrown, he could barely hear Present Mike say. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. Midnight yelled, waving her whip over her head. What did she say? He looked to the sides of him to see a white line underneath his torso. So it seemed Midoriya did throw him out of bounds. The crowd was quiet as they took in what happened. Todoroki, prized son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, was eliminated in not even the semifinals. He was defeated by a quirkless kid who was now squatting by Todoroki's side. You okay? It wasn't until Uraraka let out, "You did it, Midoriya," followed by Ida's "good job," that the crowd started to cheer. Only this time, it was filled with murmurs and muttering. Geez, just imagine how strong that quirkless kid is. He beat Endeavor's kid? Is Endeavor's son just weak? Can't be, you can't be weak if you're trained by Endeavor himself. The comments reached Endeavor's ears and he snarled. Endeavor stomped away. Todoroki smiled as he nodded to Midoriya. I'm better than okay. Endeavor's not happy. Midoriya chuckled. Yeah, he said that I'm quirkless. Did you know that he stopped me on the way here and called me a brat? I called him a bastard, then he called me a wretch. He's very good at making insults. Todoroki scoffed. Endeavor was better than good when it came to insults. The spotlights dried him up, huh? Todoroki furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Midoriya. What? Nothing. That was weird. One of the bots shooed Midoriya away from Todoroki as some others put him on a stretcher. See you later. Todoroki looked at the green-eyed boy. The acidic, dangerous eyes were now a sparkling emerald. Interesting. I'm going to Recovery Girl, anyway, so I'll just come with you, Midoriya said as the bots brought him away from the field. Todoroki nodded. So, friends? Midoriya put out his hand. Todoroki stared at it before looking at Midoriya. I'll consider it, he said as he shook Midoriya's hand. Midoriya beamed. Really, what were the two of you thinking? Recovery Girl scolded the two of them as she opened a drawer and pulled out a bottle. Todoroki and Midoriya were in 2 hospital beds. Well, Todoroki was actually in the bed. Midoriya was sitting on it, his feet swinging at the side of the bed. It's not our fault that it got that intense, Midoriya said, tilting his head. Recovery Girl rolled her eyes as she passed the two some gummies. Here, eat these gummies. They'll get you back up. Todoroki took an orange one from her hand. He slightly squished it with his pointer finger and thumb. So this was a gummy. Midoriya took a pink one and popped it into his mouth. After chewing it and swallowing, he turned to Recovery Girl. Thanks. Just because you said thank you does not erase the fact that you did something so reckless. Recovery Girl pointed out. Midoriya had the decency to look sheepish. I've done more reckless things than that. That doesn't help your point. Now I'm even more worried, Recovery Girl scoffed. Todoroki stared at the two's exchanges. There were a lot of things Todoroki couldn't but could describe Midoriya. It was just that Midoriya didn't fit in those categories. However, Midoriya was interesting. At least he could figure that out. Midoriya POV. Isn't it supposed to be your match by now? Midoriya said as he stepped down the stairs and into the stands. He sat by Ida, who was right next to Uraraka. They decided to take a 10-minute break to repair the stage. They said that the next match would start in around 20 minutes, Ida explained. Midoriya tilted his head. But don't you like to be early? Uraraka nodded. He does. That's why I'm also so confused. Ida looked at the two while moving his arms like a robot. I was waiting for Midoriya to come back before I go. After all, as class representative, I should make sure he is healthy and okay. Then why didn't you just go back down to the infirmary? Uraraka asked. Ida opened his mouth before closing it. Anyway, let's walk down now. You said you were worried about me, right? Midoriya smiled. Ida smiled back and the three stood up. The others in class congratulated Midoriya for his win. Good job, Midoriya. Mineta gave him a thumbs up. Midoriya responded with a thank you. Even though I shouldn't be agreeing with the pervert, you did a great job, Jiraiya nodded. Karo, that was intense. I know, right? So manly. Tisich, it's just effing Deku. Bakugou turned his head away from Midoriya as Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka reached the top of the steps and went down the hallway to the waiting room. Midoriya watched as Ida and Ibara stood on the field. After a while, he and Uraraka went back up to the stands. In fact, Uraraka was next to him. Who do you think will win? She asked. Midoriya narrowed his eyes at the two down below. It depends on how they react. Ibara could stop Ida, but only if she catches him. Ida could easily avoid her vines. Besides, she doesn't look like she has much combat experience. Huh. The two watched as Ida speedily pushed Ibara out of the ring. Wow, was that fast or what? Present Mike yelled as Midnight declared Ibara out. You were right. Uraraka turned to her friend. Huh, so I was, Midoriya said. Stain waited in the alleyway, waiting for a lone hero to stumble across him. Heroes have lost their meaning, and with all this paparazzi and advertisements, they should all be culled. Except for the true hero. All Might. His presence lowered crime rates. He saved all people with a smile. He was the first to rush to a scene if it meant saving people. Because he used all his time to help people, he had no time for a job, and so they paid him as their thanks. He was the only true hero. A hero rushed by in silver armor. Stain watched as the hero looked side to side before slowing down and looking into his alleyway. He liked his teeth free of any unnecessary blood and the like. He had a job to do. Bringing out his katana, he hid as the hero, Ingenium, the turbo hero, walked into the alley. Then, luring Ingenium closer into the alleyway, Stain would ensure that the fake hero would be killed. Stain didn't know that he himself was being watched from above. He didn't know that he was not the only one out bringing justice to the world. Stain didn't know that right above him at that very time, a group of 15 were stalking him. Karasuma had brought those people because they were best suited for the job and that they were free. You couldn't exactly sneak away from the Ouran High School host club without them sneaking around, trying to solve the mystery. Kyoya would probably hire some bodyguards and the like if he found out. Kyoya had a very large amount of connections as well as the other members. Stain watched in excitement as the fake hero walked right where he wanted him to be. Then, he shot out of the shadows, his katana blinking in the little light there was so deep in the alley. He could see the flash of realization in Ingenium's eyes as he got closer and closer. Ingenium was about to die. Midoriya POV. Midoriya bit his lip as he kept messaging the group chat. Only a few people were messaging, and those people usually didn't text this much. The louder of the class seemed to have disappeared, like Nakamura, Maihara, etc. Others like Chiba and Hayami also weren't texting, but that wasn't unusual, considering they were quiet online and in person. Class 3 e-chat. Midoriya, why isn't barely anyone responding? Karma, what do you mean? Midoriya, besides you. Kayano, I've got a brief break, what's up? Midoriya, people are not responding. Midoriya? Kayano, you don't need to worry. Nagisa, just leave it to us. Midoriya, what's it? Okajima, hello, I am here. Midoriya, oh, hey Okajima. Okajima, hey Mito. Okajima, good job for the SF. Midoriya, thanks, but where is everyone? Karma, rude much? Kanzaki, don't worry, they'll be fine. Midoriya, that is not helping Kanzaki. Sugaya, just trust us. Midoriya, I do. Nagisa, then stop worrying. Midoriya, why can't you tell me? Nagisa, Karasuma didn't text you. Midoriya, so? Hinano, so don't worry. Midoriya, hello Hinano. Hinano, hello Midoriya. Kurara, if you worry you die. If you don't worry, you don't die. So why worry? Kurara, by Mike Horn. That guy is cool. Hinano, I know, right? Fua, readers, look it up if you don't know him. Midoriya, Fua, stop breaking the fourth wall. Fua, sorry. Midoriya sighed. The group chat was not giving him answers. Well, answers he needed. Uraraka next to him noticed his despair. Are you okay, Midoriya? She asked. Midoriya smiled sheepishly. Yes, sorry. Satisfied with his answer, Uraraka turned back to the battlefield, where Kirishima and Bakugou were battling. Bakugou kept using his explosions, punching Kirishima over and over again with determination until Kirishima cracked. All quirks had their limits and it was clearly shown in this battle of endurance. Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows, thinking about where half his class could be. He only hoped that they would stay safe. Meanwhile, Stain got closer and closer to the fake hero, his eyes full of excitement, when a tiny dart flew towards him. His eyes widened and he tried to twist his body out of its way. The dart almost scratched him as it flew down to the ground. Stain stopped and picked it up. Meanwhile, Ingenium was clicking his SOS buttons several times to alert any heroes or sidekicks nearby. Hopefully, he could get someone from his agency, so they could work together better. A tranquilizer dart, huh? Stain murmured and he looked up. No one. Stain furrowed his eyes and looked back at the fake hero, who was in his fighting stance. Stain, your reign of terror will end. Ingenium yelled. Stain sneered. Fake hero, you shall be called in the name of heroics, he yelled as he ran towards Ingenium and Stain threw 2 knives at Ingenium. However, a board suddenly appeared and the knives pierced through it. Ingenium looked shocked. Stain growled, "Come out," and looked all around him. Suddenly, several thuds appeared. A group of children? Stain said in confusion. 10 kids surrounded him, each with their own weapon. Some had a knife and others had a rope. Stain sneered. Is this what society has crumbled to? Relying on children? Uten, if you go right now, I will let you go. I do not believe in culling children of your age yet. If you do need culling, I will see your progress as you grow. One of them, with long, yellow hair, chuckled. Stainy, we're not children. We're high schoolers. Stain shrugged. Same thing. A blue-haired boy held a baseball? Don't worry, we won't be too injured by the time you're caught. Ingenium looked at the strange children and yelled, "What are you doing here? This isn't some sort of game." "We know," another boy said with blonde hair and orange roots. "That's why Karasuma-sensei hired us." Ingenium gaped. "You mean the Ministry of Defense, Karasuma? You're not joking, are you?" Stain furrowed his eyebrows. Karasuma should be the head of the Ministry of Defense. But what were they thinking, hiring these people? "Anyway," the orange-blonde boy said, "we've already done our job." Stain was now more confused. "What do you mean?" he asked as he turned to the strange boy. Another boy with rough brown hair chuckled gruffly. "We're more than what we seem. We've all got special weapons." The boy with the baseball threw the baseball. "Catch." Stain's eyes furrowed as he brought his hands to catch it. Then the ball exploded with a bright bang. Stain felt a prick in his neck and he brought his hand up to his neck. There was a dart sticking out of his neck. That's all he knew as he fell unconscious. Midoriya POV. Midoriya stared wide-eyed at Karasuma's text. "You have a mission tomorrow. Meet up at XX block at Hosu." Kirishima walked out onto the stage, smiling as he faced his friend. Or at least, the almost friend. Bakugou was warming up to him and honestly, Kirishima thought he was so manly. He got into a fighting position as Midnight raised her whip. "Battle ready. Go," she yelled, waving her whip down like a racing flag. Kirishima ran towards Bakugou, hardening himself as he punched towards his face. Bakugou was barely able to dodge it, but gained a cut from his punch. However, Kirishima wasn't able to predict the counterattack Bakugou did with his left hand. Kirishima thanked his lucky stars when it didn't affect him. Part of his uniform was burnt off, but he was fine. He smiled at the annoyed Bakugou. "That won't affect me." Kirishima wound up as he threw more punches towards Bakugou. For a while, Kirishima was able to fend off any of Bakugou's attacks. I thought Kirishima should have lasted a bit longer, but soon, Kirishima was reaching his limit. He winced as Bakugou let out another explosion. At this point, both of them were panting heavily and the two were almost at their limit. Kirishima grit his teeth as he punched Bakugou again, with him dodging until something in him cracked. Maybe it was his exhaustion, maybe it was his mental state, but Kirishima couldn't last any longer as the explosion sent him almost sprawling on the floor. He quickly put his feet under him and went back into a fighting stance as Bakugou sneered. "You can't last any longer, can you? You're running on just fumes and I'll take those FNG fumes away. I'll beat you. Die." Bakugou wound up and punched Kirishima in the chest, letting out his biggest explosion yet. The last thing Kirishima saw was Bakugou's sneer being replaced with wide eyes before returning back to his normal, calm face. Then he blacked out. Bakugou POV. Bakugou looked down at shitty hair as he fell unconscious. His sneer fell off, revealing for just a split second his real emotions, which he quickly covered up. He couldn't let any of those DMN extras see it. As much as he hated to admit it, Bakugou liked the Redheads company. Sure, they were as annoying as F-, but it was a good kind of annoying as F-. It wasn't like the FING extras at Aldra annoying as F-, which was a very good thing. He had enough of those annoying fuckers, always trying to kiss up to him like the DMN fakes they were. Although some of the extras in his current class weren't as stupid as Aldra was, he could somewhat tolerate them. But Bakugou wouldn't let any of them know that. For FS sake, if any of them grabbed hold of that stupid notion, then they would get FNG annoying. Like Deku. Bakugou knew Deku from a long time ago, back when the two were both in diapers. He knew him from preschool, to elementary school, all the way to the second year of junior high. Then, Deku disappeared. The fucker ran away was his first thought when Deku didn't appear on the first day of the last school year at Aldra. 1 day turned to 1 week. Bakugou was getting suspicious. 1 week turned to 1 month. Did Deku move? The old hag never mentioned it, and that old hag would gossip about anything, especially when it concerned Auntie Inko. 1 month turned to several. Bakugou was confused but didn't let it show. He let the extras brag about Deku being trash and useless, about how they pushed Deku out of the school and showed him who was boss in this world. Like they did anything. If anything, Deku was useless. That didn't mean he was trash. Deku was supposed to be that persistent pest, not whatever this was. Deku wasn't supposed to run away. Then the moon exploded. The heroes told everyone that it was a machine quirk malfunction from a project on the moon. All the international news said that. So, Bakugou believed it. Things weren't different. He aced the mock test. He applied to UA. He got in. So why was Deku, of all people, sitting in the classroom? Why the F was he here? Why now? Right when everything was going the way he wanted to? Not only that, but this wasn't the Deku he remembered. Sure, he was as annoying as F, and still called him Kakin and mumbled like an idiot, but when did Deku get strong? The cockatoo yelled the results out. When did Deku get so confident? The crowd cheered. When did Deku stand up to people? He watched as the medical robots towed the red-headed shark away. When did Deku change? Yes, that was the question. When did Deku change? Remembering back about 1.5 years ago, he suddenly remembered how the shitty nerd was mumbling about moving to a school. Kunugigiako Junior High. He grit his teeth at the memory as he stormed off the stage. Bakugou could still hear the roars of the crowd behind him. All they wanted was a show. So if that's what they wanted, Bakugou started to ferally smile. If they wanted a show, they would get a show. From him. Midoriya POV. Oh Ida, they're done, Midoriya said, putting his phone away. He was trying to figure out what mission Karasuma could possibly want him for. Why specifically him? They had a group chat for assassination purposes only and 2 others for regular contact. One had just the class. The second had Koro-sensei, Beach-sensei, and Karasuma-sensei. He started to frown. Ida looked curiously at his friend. Midoriya, if we dilly-dally anymore, we shall be late, Ida said, and he started to shake Midoriya lightly side to side. Midoriya blinked quickly as he snapped out of it. Looking up at the now concerned Ida, he smiled sheepishly. Sorry Ida. Was just in my head. Ida reluctantly nodded and continued, well, let's go. You should grab your Kali sticks now. Midoriya nodded. Grabbing the 2 sticks in the seat next to him, Midoriya and Ida stood up. Uraraka in the row in front of them turned around and smiled. Good luck you too. Thanks Uraraka. Midoriya put both his sticks in one hand and waved. Thank you for your good wishes. Ida chopped the air with his arms as he swiftly turned around and walked behind Midoriya. Ida Tenya was the second son in a family of 4. His mother, his father, his older brother Tensei, and him made up the family. The Ida family was known for their engine-like quirks. Tensei had them on his elbows. He had them on the calves of his legs. However, Ida Tenya's family was even more well known for having a long line of heroes. His brother was, in fact, a hero. Ingenium. Ida Tensei was his role model. Everything he did was in hopes of impressing his brother. Even his hero costume was based on Tensei's design. That's why he would do his best. He would uphold his family's honor. Midoriya POV. Midoriya tightened his grip on his Kali sticks as he looked at Ida from across the battle arena. Midnight looked at both competitors as she raised her whip. The battle between Midoriya and Ida is about to commence, she announced as the crowd cheered once more. Wow. I wonder who's going to win, right Seaton? Present Mike yelled. Aizawa glanced at his partner next to him before grumbling, please refrain from calling me that. Why not? It is unprofessional of you two. While the two debated for a few more moments, Midoriya started to analyze his friend. Ida Tenya, one of his best friends, relied on his speed. He was fast. He had already demonstrated that during his match against Ibra. It also didn't seem like he used his arms. He could take advantage of that. Koro-sensei was a bit like Ida, now that Midoriya thought about it. Not his personality, of course, but they both relied on their incredible speed to overwhelm their opponents. However, one was able to move at Mach, another was able to move as fast as a car. Unluckily, Ida was the slower one. A small smirk grew from his smile as he leaned forward a bit. Are both competitors ready? Midnight asked the two on the dusty stage. Both nodded firmly. Seeing this, Midnight then declared, "Then go." Immediately, Ida rushed forward, hoping to get the upper hand. Unfortunately, Midoriya had already predicted this and thus, moved forward as well. Ida's eyes widened as he slowed down, enough for Midoriya to twist on the heel of his left foot and turn, kicking Ida on the back. Stumbling, Ida quickly tried to catch himself and was able to. As Ida quickly turned around, Midoriya attacked him with his two Kali sticks. Ida was only able to receive the quick blows and block them with his arms. Midoriya was not going to let any unnecessary space come in between them as he rained blows onto Ida's arms. He also was giving Ida no time to adjust or get into a proper stance for running. Ida grit his teeth as Midoriya continued to overpower him. It wasn't long before Ida was forced out of bounds. Ida POV. Ida watched in horror as he was pushed past the treacherous white line. And Ida is out of bounds, meaning that Midoriya is the winner. Another pause came. Ida watched his classmate's face turn from happiness to horror as someone started to yell, "There's no way a quirkless loser could get this far. Yeah. There must be a mistake. Bribery. Loser. Useless." As insults rained down from the crowd, Ida could see his friend's breath getting quicker and quicker. He patted Midoriya's back. "Are you okay?" Ida whispered. Midoriya looked straight into Ida's eyes and Ida could see the panic slowly decrease. Furious at what the crowd made his friend become, Ida straightened up and was about to yell when someone was already doing so. "Quiet!" Aizawa hissed through his mic. The crowd quieted down as they turned to the announcer's box. If they looked closely, they could see an angry teacher with his quirk activated. "You have no right to say any of this," Ida's teacher continued. "Midoriya has the most determination and perseverance I have seen in all of my students. His quirkless status isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. That boy he just won against was from the Ida family, brother of Ingenium. Do you think that someone from the Ida family, a family who prides loyalty and trust, would do something like this?" The audience was silent as they could hear the ragged, sharp breaths from the man. "No? Then you should be quiet. If he can get this far, he must be worthy of it," Aizawa said as he sunk back down into his chair. "Considering how many pro heroes are in the crowd, I am truly ashamed of your actions." More silence followed as Present Mike cleared his throat. "My radio show is famous for its hotline. This is the reason why. Nobody is going to say that here in you, so let's get on with the festival," Present Mike said, for once, not yelling. Ida couldn't remember exactly how he got off the stage, but when he finally paid attention to his surroundings, he was in the waiting room he was in before his match. Before he lost. Digging out his phone, he was about to call his parents, but before that, a call came. From Tensei. Slightly ashamed, he picked up. "Tenya," his brother's voice said from his phone. "Brother, I didn't win," Tenya said, his voice on the verge of cracking. "I'm sorry I disappointed you." "No." Tensei's voice protested. "No, you did not. You're tied for third with whoever loses from the next battle. All you have to do is concentrate and get on the podium." Tenya quickly wiped the tears threatening to spill out of his eyes. "Everyone loses at one point," his brother continued. "In fact, I was about to die. I met the hero killer after all." Tenya's eyes widened as he listened to his brother's tale. "I was saved by a group of kids your age. They disappeared, but they knocked Stain unconscious long enough for me to apprehend him and get him to the police station. That's how I saw your match on the TV in the waiting room." "Really? You need saving?" His brother chuckled. "Tenya, what you're about to learn is that everyone needs saving. Even the strongest of them all. But that's why we don't work alone. So, who are you going to save?" A smile was put on Ida's face somewhere during his brother's speech as he straightened up, pushing his glasses further up the bridge of his nose. "Thank you, brother," he said. "I'll make sure that I win the next battle and become the best hero you could imagine." His brother chuckled once more as he ended the call. Turning back around, Ida walked out the waiting room. He had a match to see, after all. Tokoyami Fumikage was not ashamed to say that he may or may not have an, as other people called it, obsession with the darkness. It wasn't that he was secretly a psychopath and was waiting for the perfect time to strike and kill everyone. It was just that everyone thought he was. To be honest, it was rather tiring back in middle school to walk to classes over and over and over again just to hear someone whisper something about him. Hey, it's the bird freak. Isn't he a crow? Raven? Aren't they always near death places and stuff? Yeah, and doesn't he always talk about darkness? Weirdo. Let's stay away from him. He could be messed up in the head, you know. Tokoyami clenched his fists as he walked through the hallway that led to the open arena in the center of the stadium. Despite what people thought, Tokoyami was not insane. No, Dark Shadow was not a demon. In fact, he was the complete opposite. No, he was not forcing Dark Shadow to do anything against his will. No, he was not using Dark Shadow to do anything illegal or perverted. It didn't even work that way. What would the purpose even be? No, Dark Shadow was not the failed creation of creating life from making a pact with the devil, so he stuck it to his body so he didn't look useless with a bird head. Tokoyami didn't even know where that theory even came from. Somehow, the entire school bought that for several weeks. That was rather concerning, to say the least. Tokoyami stepped on stage. He knew that he had a major disadvantage against Bakugou, who was smiling in a demonic way. But the thing was, he could only do his best and not look like a satanic idiot. Even if he was a member of Satanism, he would be a Luciferian, not a savage demon. Tokoyami woke up with a slightly pounding headache. He looked around the room he was in as he registered the fact that he was in a bed. So this was the infirmary. An old lady walked up to him. "Ah, so you're awake," she said as she took out several gummies. Tokoyami grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. "You do remember what happened, correct? Or no?" she continued asking. Tokoyami swallowed his gummy. "Yes, I remember that I was battling Bakugou. I believe that he knocked me out with an explosive punch." Tokoyami asked. The old lady nodded her head. "Good, so you haven't got that bad of a concussion," she muttered. Tokoyami hesitantly asked, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but who are you?" She stopped her murmuring and looked at Tokoyami. "Recovery girl, at your service," she answered. A light bulb above his head lit up. Ah, so this was the famous recovery girl. He stretched his arms above his head as Dark Shadow came out. "Fumi, you're all right?" Dark Shadow asked, tilting his head. Tokoyami smiled slightly as he patted Dark Shadow's head. "Yes, I should be fine," Tokoyami began as he started to swing his legs out of the bed when Recovery Girl stopped him. "You should be resting." "What is up with Class 1A?" she said, softly whispering the last sentence. Tokoyami blinked before sighing. Guess he was going to be in here for a bit. Ida POV. Ida was in thought. Judging by what he had just seen, there were two options. 1. Tokoyami would be healed enough so that the two could battle for third place. 2. Tokoyami would not be in any shape to fight, so they would have to share third place. His chin rested on the skin in between his thumb and index finger. It wasn't until Midoriya poked him several times that he snapped back into reality. "Ida, are you all right?" Midoriya asked worriedly. Uraraka next to him nodded. "You've been acting very distant with us," Uraraka explained. Ida smiled at the two. "Don't worry. As one of the class representatives and your friend, I must be able to plan things out myself. Currently, I am devising a plan if I have a match against Tokoyami," Ida said, moving his forearms around to emphasize his point. "Oh, okay," Midoriya said. Uraraka nodded once more. Ida's smile grew faintly wider. He had many lucky things in life. He had a great family, role model, school education, and friends. That was nice, indeed. Midoriya POV. Midoriya stood up as Present Mike announced that there would be a break before the final match and the tiebreaker between Ida and Tokoyami for third place. His friends curiously looked at him. "Where are you going, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked as Midoriya walked up the stairs. His two Kali sticks were held firmly in his left hand. "Just going to stretch and wait in the waiting room," Midoriya answered, waving his right hand over his shoulder as he reached the top of the stands and went inside the stadium. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and began to text. Midoriya's eyes glanced up every few seconds to make sure he wasn't walking into anything or anyone. Class 3E chat. Midoriya, hello? Suffer. Midoriya? Nagisa, ignore him, Midoriya. Karma, you wound me, Nagisa. Nagisa, Karma, I'm literally right next to you, you don't have to text these things. Karma, oh yeah. Midoriya, what even is this chat? Kurar, dead. It's dead. Mahara, why so sad? Midoriya, wow, my Hara's alive. Mahara, why wouldn't I be? Sagaya, because you weren't beaten up by Okano. Hey, just because Okano can be really sad at me, doesn't mean she beats me up every day. Isegai, he means that he's kinda afraid when Okano gets mad. Mahara, shush. Terasaka, wow, what a pee-pee. Mahara, she managed to FNG knock out Nagisa, you would sheet your pants if she targeted you. Nagisa, you still remember that? Mahara, I almost lost a life then, okay? Sujino, but you didn't. Midoriya, hey Sujino. Midoriya, where'd you go? Sujino, I was here the entire time? Midoriya, you literally put a question mark through text. How does that work? Nakamura, he's right, you know. Sujino. Chiba. Hayami. Nakamura. OHOH, is this a DDD chain? Nakamura. Karma. Sujino. Nakamura. Karma? Karma. Ninit, how the hell do you keep texting before me? Nakamura. Don't you worry your red-headedness. Karma? And? Nakamura. Midoriya looked up from his texting, just in time to see Bakugou open the door. What are you doing here? Midoriya asked. Bakugou looked him directly in the eyes. Are you really Deku? Midoriya blinked once. Then twice. What? He finally asked, confusion leaking out of his voice. Kaken, it's impossible for me to not be Deku. Are you okay? Bakugou's eyes narrowed. I said, are you really Deku? Kaken, are you sure that your head's all right? I'm Deku. Bakugou stared at him for a minute or so. Midoriya shuffled a bit, uncomfortable with this awkward situation. Sure, Midoriya could handle assassination, but this was just plain weird. Teeth, Bakugou clicked his tongue and left the waiting room, closing the door behind him. Midoriya could hear his stomps as Bakugou went down the hallway, probably to his own waiting room across the stadium. Still slightly confused, Midoriya looked down at his phone, where several messages had popped up. Class 3E chat. Taisei, and that's how we almost ran over the entire neighborhood. Yada, I think I represent everyone, but how did you lose half a dozen motorcycles again? Taisei, no idea. Terasaka, how come you never told me? Itona, I would like to look at some of your motorcycles. Take Bayashi, I think everyone's missing the point. Kayano, like the fact that the motorcycles could have killed someone. Taisei, they were actually going at around 15 miles per hour. My dad says that that can't kill anyone. Okano, at least the motorcycles weren't cars. Mahara, how the hell would they lose half a dozen cars? Nakamura, anything's possible when you set your mind on it. Maihara, and why would you want to lose half a dozen cars? Isegai, the less you question this, the more sanity you'll have. Muramatsu, I already lost all my sanity, WM? Kimura, haven't we all? Kurara, your justice, so fix this. Kimura, how? Okajima, pornography can save the world. Kataoka, no it can't. Okajima, it helps, okay? No, just, Fua, it's not like the entire world's a pervert. Okajima, this isn't the entire world, it's our class. Karma, we're weird as hell. Nagisa, that's because karma is from hell. Nagisa, stop taking my phone, Karma. Karma, never. More texts were coming by the second. Midoriya sighed as he silenced the group chat so that he could concentrate on his final match. The final match was against Bakugou, who had beaten Tokoyami, and would start in 10 minutes. Lifting his arms above his head, Midoriya stretched while thinking of several strategies. Bakugou Katsuki, his childhood friend turned to bully. He often started with a right hook, but recently he started changing up his attack strategy just a bit. Midoriya couldn't rely on Bakugou to start like that, but at least he would know one possible way Bakugou would start. Another thing was that Bakugou didn't use his legs to attack, and even if he did, they were barely used. If he could find a way to force Bakugou to use his legs, that could drastically increase his chances of winning. However, that was the problem. Bakugou used his arms the most because his arms were the most dangerous. Bakugou's sweat could be ignited to create explosions on his hands. Even if he did figure out a way to take out his arms, executing the plan would be difficult. After all, Bakugou was smart enough to be admitted into UA. His Kali sticks weren't of much use. Despite being reliable weapons, they were made of wood. Bakugou could easily light them on fire. It didn't mean that Midoriya couldn't use them, it was just that Bakugou could easily take them out if he saw Midoriya using them. Midoriya paused. Bakugou could only light them on fire if he saw them, so if he hid them, Bakugou couldn't get rid of them. However, Midoriya sighed, there was a major flaw in this plan. There would only be one chance to do this, and his arms, or wherever he decided to hide them, would go much slower in order to make sure Bakugou didn't see them. Midoriya leaned forward onto the table and pushed his chair out underneath him so he was stretching his back. Bakugou was a tough opponent who thrived in this type of battlefield. This was a tough match indeed. Bakugou POV. Bakugou grit his teeth as he dropped into the chair that was there for him in the waiting room. His hands automatically went into his pockets as he closed his eyes. His question was FNG stupid, though, he had to admit it. However, if that really wasn't Deku, then it would be valid. He took out his right hand and ran it through his hair. To be honest, he didn't really know what possessed him to say that, but he said that shitty question, but he did, and it wasn't like he could FING walk across the entire stadium, ask him another question, and then go back FING here. By then, the match would have already FING started. Bakugou sighed and opened his eyes. He would win. He would FING win. He would FING demolish Deku. Anything to make life back to normal. Back at Aldra, although everyone was a fucker, he could do what he wanted. Bakugou could do it when he wanted, where he wanted. And even though he knew that the teachers would give him a good score no matter what, Bakugou liked proving the teachers that he didn't need their goddamn cheating. But people were annoying him. People were becoming friends with him. His tactics didn't work. UA wasn't the UA he thought it would be. Then again, it was the best school in the country. Even so, there had to be one thing normal. That normal thing was supposed to be him being at the top of the class. However, the extras didn't have the fear or respect he was used to. It was just an, oh, you're top of the class? Cool, okay? Technically, he wasn't even top of the class. Not yet, at least. According to the extras, it was Deku, Icy Hot, then him. He was FING third. Besides that, Deku was also supposed to be normal. Not in UA. Not changed. Not normal. Bakugou didn't understand it. He really didn't. And that frustrated him down to his bone. He looked at his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He'd prove those motherfuckers wrong. Again and again and again. Midoriya clenched his Kali sticks tightly as he walked down the hallway to his match. He didn't know whether he was ready, but he had to do it. It was rather odd, to be honest, to be going against his childhood friend. Although it felt like everything was leading up to this very moment, he never really thought about it. Until now. Now, he was walking towards the center of a battlefield. Towards another battle. He looked down at the end of one of the Kali sticks, where a secret compartment was. He had quite forgotten them. The only reason why he knew they were there was because of Ritsu, who had suddenly appeared on his phone and scared the crap out of him. Midoriya loosened the tight grip on the weapons in his hands as he felt the bright light from the sun hit his face. Looking up, he could see Bakugou's stare on him. It was showtime. Bakugou POV. Bakugou stomped up the stairs to the arena as he stared at the green-headed boy coming towards him. Stopping a few meters ahead of the white line behind him, he watched Deku do the same thing as well. The stupid sticks were still being held in his hands by his sides. The R-rated hero teacher stood in the middle of the two at the side of the stage. Raising her whip, she yelled, "Are the two competitors ready?" Bakugou looked back at the shitty nerd, who nodded and got into some sort of fighting stance. He looked back at Midnight and nodded. Time to create a show. Ida POV. The two people in the middle stared at each intensely while in the crowds. People were wondering how the battle would turn out. "It's the finals, people!" Present Mike yelled excitedly. He too was ready to see the showdown. Will Bakugou, king of all things explosive, win the sports festival? Or will our new underdog win it all, Midoriya? People were eating this up as they cheered wildly. Uraraka turned to talk to Ida, who crossed his arms and stared at the stadium down below the stands. "This doesn't look good," Ida commented as he pushed up his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "However, if Midoriya has a strategy, there is a chance at beating Bakugou." The two watched along with the other students in the class as the crowds of people around them in the stands hollered words of encouragement. "All right, let's start this battle." Midnight briefly gave a stink eye towards the announcer's box before turning back to the match. "The battle between Midoriya and Bakugou is about to commence." Midnight yelled and the stadium cheered in response. "Then it'll start in 3, 2, 1. Begin." Immediately, the two started to race towards each other. "Midoriya's not going to do my strategy, is he?" Uraraka asked, the panic showing in her voice. "Wait, what's he doing?" Ida said, leaning forward as he uncrossed his arms and put his hands on his knees, as if he was going to stand up. Suddenly, Bakugou jumped. Midoriya's eyes widened as Bakugou smirked and flipped over Midoriya, powered by his explosions before aiming an explosion at Midoriya's back. The explosion almost landed as Midoriya stepped to the side. However, the heat still affected Midoriya as he turned around and counterattacked with a swipe of one of his Kali sticks. Back and forth, they exchanged moves until Midoriya faked a stab with his right Kali stick before using his left Kali stick to hit the back of Bakugou's knee. Bakugou started to fall but quickly stopped himself just before he hit the ground. However, Midoriya used that moment of stillness to continue the attack with the weapon in his right, almost knocking the wind out of Bakugou. Bakugou lifted his right hand to create an explosion while using the other hand to stabilize himself. The explosion hit dead onto Midoriya's chest. Luckily, he was able to back away before it caused serious damage. The people in the stands watched in rapt attention as the two continued to fight. "They're really strong," Uraraka commented with her eyes wide. "I believe he's trying to wear Bakugou out." Todoroki suddenly put in his 2 cents, causing the two to jump. Todoroki was sitting behind the two, most likely the main reason they forgot he was there. "Geez, you made me jump, Todoroki," Uraraka said as she turned around, hand on her chest. Ida turned around. "Yes, it was rather sudden." Ida pushed up his glasses once more. Todoroki blinked before apologizing. "Sorry," he said, and Uraraka waved her hands in front of her. "Oh, it's fine, Todoroki. It's our fault for not remembering that you were right behind us," she protested. "Oh, Midoriya's not doing so well," Todoroki responded, causing Uraraka and Ida to look back at the arena. Both Bakugou and Midoriya were panting heavily. It was clear that they were having a tough time. Bakugou was able to deal a bit more damage than Midoriya, but it was clear that having to dodge Midoriya's attacks as well as quirk exhaustion was taking its toll. Meanwhile, Midoriya was in a similar state. Bakugou's many explosions did a lot of damage. Although his dodging stamina was much larger, it was clear that Midoriya was becoming tired. Ida narrowed his eyes. This was either going to end very soon with one of them knocked out or out of bounds, or they'll continue until one of them collapses from exhaustion, like Uraraka. However, shouldn't that be happened already? Ida guessed that Midoriya must have had a lot of stamina and strength if he was able to get into the hero course and recommended by the government no less. Suddenly the two, who were quite far apart, one of them must have backed away, or even both. Ida doubted that Bakugou would back away though, suddenly started to rush at each other. The two were supposed to continue fighting. Then, they would soon figure out the winner to the sports festival. However, something different happened. A dark portal appeared over the arena and the two screeched to a halt a few meters away from each other before backing away from the middle of the stage. A good thing too, because something dropped out of it. 3 nomis to be exact. Time to play a game, right? F-. Bakugou yelled as 3 nomis dropped to the center of the stage. He looked to the side where another portal appeared. A blue-haired man with hands all over him stepped out of it, and next to him, a villain made of purple mist appeared. Bakugou narrowed his eyes. It was the Misty Fucker and the Hand FTSH man from the USJ incident. It's a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, heroes like you should be burning in hell, Shigaraki said, giggling at the end. Kurogiri looked at Shigaraki and narrowed his eyes. Must limit his game time, he muttered softly. Shigaraki glared at the mother-like villain next to him. Don't you dare. Oh, I will. Once this is over, of course. Anyway, back to you. Ever wonder what it's like to have to sit in the dark, watching you all parade around in those stupid outfits? Ever wonder what it's like to feel alone? Ever wonder what it's like to feel weak, to feel unneeded, to not be helped because a hero will show up sooner or later? Well, there's so many heroes here, aren't there? The only problem is, Shigaraki paused briefly. Bakugou could see Shigaraki's red eye gleam behind his mask of a hand. That in order to create a better society, we have to get rid of the heroes. In order to do that, what better place than to start at UA? No, miss. Sudden chaos followed as it was captured on live television. Heroes of all sorts of backgrounds rushed to the front to deal with the Nomus at hand. Endeavor was one of the quickest, reaching one of the Nomus in a matter of seconds before incinerating it to the ground. Other heroes worked on evacuating the crowd of civilians, maintaining order as they rushed back and forth. Bakugou grit his teeth as he launched forward with his explosions. If he could get close enough, he could. Something latched onto his waist and pulled him back from the action. Bakugou turned his head to see Midnight behind him. You're injured and tired already from the battle? Get out of here. I can't use my quirk if you're too close to me, especially with all of this chaos. Midnight yelled as she pushed him behind her, her whip already unwound from Bakugou's waist and in front of her. But I can still effing. No, you can't. Get out of here or we'll suspend you. Midnight threatened. Bakugou peeked over her shoulder to see Deku also being pulled away from the action by Cementos, who manipulated the cement of the ground to bring him back. Bakugou scowled. This entire time, he could get ahead of whatever Deku became. But now, looking at his teacher's face, he could feel the effects of his previous battle catching up to him. His arms felt heavy, his feet were almost stuck to the ground, he could feel his quirk draining too much energy away from him. Bakugou suddenly swayed before he lifted one foot and stomped it on the ground. Damn it, he couldn't be weak. Midnight looked back at him. What are you doing? She hissed. I told you. Get away and join up with your class. Bakugou scowled once more before turning around and rushing back to the hallways. If he was fast enough, maybe he could. However, before he could get to the entrance, a purple and black portal appeared. Bakugou cursed as he abruptly stopped and backed away. Too bad. I was sure that you would foolishly rush into it, Kurogiri commented as he appeared. Bakugou scoffed. Sure, he could be pretty hot-headed but foolish? That wasn't his job, that was the job of those dumbasses he hung around with. Out of the corner of his eye, Bakugou could see his teacher and present Mike trying to fight some villains that had appeared. That mist sheet must have created some portals and placed some more low-level thugs around the stands. Nearby, Bakugou could see Endeavor squaring up with Inomu. On the other side, he could see All Might fighting the second one. The third one was rampaging everywhere with several heroes ganging up on it, but their attacks weren't doing as much as the other two heroes. Never mind, we'll just have to work with what we got. I'd like to get this over as quickly as possible, but Tamura's got other plans. He wants to toy with the heroes a bit more. Wouldn't that be fun? Bakugou narrowed his eyes. The villain in front of him was stalling. I heard you have a childhood friend that goes here. Deku was the name you call him, right? Bakugou widened his eyes before whipping his head back over. Cementos, who was previously trying to restrain Deku, was fighting with at least 20 villains, some on land and some in the air. Deku himself was trying to help, but Cementos was keeping him out of the action by trapping him in a concrete cage. Looking back at the purple villain, he growled, Why are you thinking about killing Deku? He's a quirkless piece of shit, I thought you knew that. If Bakugou could buy just a bit more time for his teachers to get over here. Kurogiri hummed. That's exactly why we want him. See, we have something he must want. Something that will allow him to be equal with everyone, something to allow him to be normal. Something that will make sure that you won't bully him like so, because all villains have a backstory. His, Kurogiri, chuckled for a moment. His will start when he gains a quirk. Bakugou's mind stopped. A quirk? That would be impossible. There was no way to give quirks away, right? That's effing impossible. Stop shitting with me. Oh, but that is possible. How do you think we've made these nomes? By taking their quirks and mushing them into one body. Deku's not going to effing join the likes of you. You never know with the human mind. Well, it seems like our plan is almost complete. All that's left is one more thing. A sudden explosion happened and Bakugou could see All Might defeating one Nomu. A portal appeared under it as All Might then rushed to help the nearest person. Several more portals appeared. Some under the Nomus, dead or alive, one by Shigaraki, and another one under Deku. Bakugou's eyes widened as he looked back at the misty fucker, only to be met by pitch black as he could faintly feel himself falling into the abyss. Midoriya could barely register the fact that he was free-falling into a villain's portal before he crashed onto a floor. Sitting up with his hand on his back, he looked around at his surroundings. The room he was in was a basic concrete room with bare amount of furniture in it. In the corner was something that resembled a futon, if you could even call it that, along with a small wooden table with a chair underneath it. On the ceiling was one of those ceiling lamps, with a thin string cord connected to it. On the opposite side of the room in which he was stuck in was a sturdy-looking wooden door with metal hinges. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small security camera, its lens shining even in the dim light. His eyebrows furrowed. This wasn't good at all. If anything, he had to take in what he had. Unlike that time they got captured by the Reaper, this room had furniture, brick walls, and a hard floor, as well as the fact that he was in his UA jumpsuit. The jumpsuit on him was dirty, burnt, and ripped. Wrinkles crisscrossed all over it and burn marks were littered everywhere, like battle scars. As if just realizing it, Midoriya felt tired. His eyes drooping lower and lower every time before he picked up his hands and slapped his face a few times in order to wake himself up. This wasn't the time to be sleeping. Walking over to check out the door, Midoriya's foot hit something and sent it rolling across the room. Yes, his Kali sticks. Looking down, he picked up one of them before going over to get the other. Why did the villains allow him to keep his weapons? Midoriya wondered as he calmly walked over to the other side of the room. Were they confident enough to let him have them? No, there had to be a different reason. If they were smart enough to be able to break into UA and do all that damage, they should have a different reason. All villains who were smart knew that underestimating people could lead to downfall. Unless, did they get cocky? There was no way, right? The League of Villains was a fairly new organization and it would be too early to let their guard down. Even if that childlike Shigaraki was getting arrogant, he wouldn't seem like the type to just allow him to have some weapons. Midoriya had seen those Nomus before in that factory. But these? These were newer, more fit, just simply better. The man had intended to destroy them. So why was he allowed them? There had to be some bigger plot behind this. Midoriya squatted down and picked up his second Kali stick before standing up and walking over to the rags which covered a mattress that could barely be labeled as a futon. Sitting down, he looked at the camera in the corner of his eye before sighing. He wondered whether the person watching the camera, if there was a person, could hear him talk. He shook his head. No matter, he just had to figure out what was going on. Midoriya's curiosity got the better of him. It was something that could be labeled as weakness or a strength, depending on who you asked and when you asked. On one hand, it would be useful when planning ahead and figuring out what was going on. On the other hand, it could waste him precious time, especially if red herrings were thrown everywhere. In any case, there had to be a reason Shigaraki didn't take these away. It wasn't like anyone would go against his command. Unless Shigaraki wasn't in charge? That would be impossible, right? He led the USJ incident and he started this one. That portal summoning villain was more of a butler to Shigaraki than a boss. Midoriya gulped. Did that mean there was a stronger person in the shadows, watching their every move? For the first time in a while, Midoriya was worried. For his friends, both Class 3E and 1, for his family, and for the world. Garaki Kyudai POV. Garaki Kyudai had to say that his life was comfortable. With his job as the Jaka Hospital board chairman, he got a pretty decent salary. He could do what he wanted. And yet, there was a small part of him who wanted something more. Something better than the life he was leading. Thus, he became a villain. With the new name Ujiko Daruma, he became a sort of doctor for the villains. And the villain he took care of was a big one, a very big one indeed. The villain was All for One. Born around 120 or so years ago, he had gained a quirk that granted him a very, very long life. However, he grew up thinking that he was quirkless, so he worked hard at becoming a doctor and scientist, dedicated to the study of quirks. About 50 years later, Garaki had came up with a genius notion. As generations go by, quirks would get more powerful the longer time went. He named it the Quirk Singularity Theory. But instead of getting credit, fame, awe from his colleagues, he gained shame, was shunned, and was thought as ridiculous. Now 70 years later, wasn't he right? Wasn't he the one laughing in their faces? Only one believed him. All for One. So now, even though they had spent almost a century together, he was proud to say that he was All for One's assistant, his #1 doctor and informant. In fact, Garaki was on the verge of creating history. Yes, his masterpieces, nomis as he called it. With these powerful beings, All for One could finally have the future he wished for. But no matter how strong they were, nomis had to have enough smarts to fight the heroes. Even if they were stronger than All Might and All for One combined, if they had no brain, they'd easily die. What he was trying to create was a Nomu that had its own mind, could control its own actions without disobeying its master. In fact, his only friend besides All for One, Yanagisawa Kotaro, was able to create one out of antimatter. Garaki had insisted that Yanagisawa shouldn't have used antimatter, despite how appealing it looked, but he refused to listen. And look what happened. His research gone, his body permanently disabled, or even dead, and everything had gone to waste, besides the fact that the moon was a bit smaller than it was supposed to. Yes, Garaki thought Yanagisawa was an idiot for doing that. But now Garaki creates something that would surpass him. A high-end Nomu. And one of the boys would be the first to be released to the public. Midoriya knew that there were a few options, the most likely ones being: the heroes will come and save him and may or may not succeed. Class 3E will come and save him, most likely yes than not. There would be no way to help him due to no one knowing where he is. Now, Midoriya Izuku wasn't a damsel in distress, after all, he was part of Class 3E as well. However, despite that, he was as reckless as one could be sometimes, especially when it came to rescues. Most of the time, he was a logical individual. Most of the time anyway. Looking at the clothes that hung onto his body, he grimaced before walking over and sitting on a chair. It was better than nothing, after all, he couldn't waste this time to recover. The door, the only way out of the room, creaked open. Midoriya immediately stood up, his hands already on his weapons as he assumed a battle position. A cold, shivering aura wafted out from behind the door and Midoriya shivered. Now, I'm here to have a civil talk. The door opened fully to reveal the villain behind it. I'm not your enemy. In fact, I may be your greatest benefactor. My villain name is All for One. But you can call me Sensei. All for One, despite the fact that his aura was so menacing, Midoriya hadn't felt this much fear in a long time, the most during the end of his school year at Kunugigiako Junior High. The man wore a navy blue mask that encompassed his entire head with a skull design. Pipes stuck out the top of the helmet from an angle, and it was clear that whatever the device was below it was necessary for the villain. Mr. Karasuma had taught them that several cues people may use when they want you to do something. It was like reading the person based on their unconscious actions. Midoriya had tried to do that, but the villain in front of him was like an empty book. What do you want? Midoriya said through gritted teeth, and All for One had the audacity to tut at him as if he were a foolish child. Oh my, you must be confused. I'm your helper, don't talk to me like that, All for One replied, avoiding the question Midoriya asked. He took a step forward and Midoriya brought his weapons higher. Stay away from me. There was no need to have such an urgent voice, Midoriya knew this well. Despite that, his internal alarms were blaring loudly. They've helped him in many cases, it couldn't be going off randomly like this. Something was wrong and he didn't like it. Something must have irked the man because the surroundings got colder and denser. Midoriya tensed up his muscles, refusing to get down. His legs were slightly trembling, he knew that. It would be stupid not to. Ah, are you still not accustomed to your new home? Then again, it must be a shock to see me, an unknown factor, am I right? Silence followed the question as Midoriya's mind whirled in a frenzy. What was this person? Yes, what was this person? Certain people only could have this threatening impression on him. He's faced off against many people, all of Class 3 had and Class 1A had that villain attack at the USJ. Was this man the real conductor behind the orchestra that made up the League of Villains? All for one studied the boy in front of him before something in his mood shifted. If I were to tell you that you could find your father, would you? Bakugou POV. Bakugou had been in here for what seemed to be hours. When a portal appeared underneath his feet, Midnight had attempted to save him, like the hero she was. Unfortunately, Kurogyari had already sensed her approach and quickly took care of it by blocking it with a portal. He ended up in a room. It was a rather small room, in fact, there were no furniture at all. The concrete floor met metal walls at the edges and the ceiling was only lit up by a tiny lantern that hung from the ceiling. The door in front of him was the standard wooden door. With no paint on it, it looked one of those plain doors from Western movies. Bakugou mentally measured the room in his head. It was about 6 or so meters wide and 8 or so meters wide. The room was small, but not too small where he barely had enough room to live in. Backing up to the wall opposite of the door, Bakugou ran up to it and activated his quirk. The door exploded, obviously it did. To be honest, it had no chance against him. There was nothing to inhibit his quirk. With a loud and flashy bang, the door shattered and burned into tiny pieces and Bakugou stormed through the small wreckage he had created. His hands were steaming as he felt his exhaustion catch up to him. No matter, he had to find his way out of this FNG place. The long dark hallway was straightforward. In fact, there were barely any other paths that split off from it. Those didn't matter right now. Bakugou may not have known where the F he was going, but his gut told him to go forward. And so he did, into a bright white room. Bakugou's hands immediately went up to his face to block the sudden light. Slowly walking into the room, the door slammed shut behind him. Bakugou whipped around before spotting a camera in his view. Of FING course. He was trapped like the helpless lamb he was. Midoriya POV. Midoriya glared at the person in front of him. What do you know about that? My father is perfectly out of my life. Sheet, he let his guard down. All for one seemed pleased at this answer, which was peculiar. Midoriya Hisashi. Quirk, fire breath. Distant cousins with the Todorokis, Todoroki NG being his cousin twice removed. Disappeared about 12 or so years ago due to the fact you were quirkless, correct. All for one chuckled. How fun, he said as he clapped his hands. I have a deal with you. Wanna play a game? Midoriya narrowed his eyes. What game? A deal of sorts, you could say. It all depends on how you perceive it, all for one hummed. He brought his hands together and twirled his fingers. It was almost as if he were talking about the weather, while Midoriya was stuck in a hurricane. Aren't you going to explain? It's not like I'm going to play a game with rules I don't know, Midoriya spat out. He wasn't going to let his guard down. If anything, that'd be the worst thing to do. All for one could slip into his mind. Midoriya wasn't going to let him do a beach sensei move. Not that he could picture all for one kissing someone. But Midoriya could tell this person was the type to play with their food before slowly killing it. Of course I am, but why don't we start with you? How are you today? Besides this little predicament of yours, all for one inquired. Midoriya stayed silent. No? Not even a word. All for one said with an almost hurt tone of voice before chuckling to himself. That's all right. I'm sure you'll be so willing to talk when I say the rules to this game. The rules are simple. I'll lock you in a room with a target I want you to kill. Kill them, you gain your freedom. They kill you, I gain your body to use as a host for a Nomu. Simple, right? Midoriya paled at the requirements. And why do you want me to kill this person? Midoriya asked, making All for One tap his mask where his chin might be located. All for One said before shrugging, "Why not? Why not? Why not?" This man was just willing to see him kill someone because why not? You must believe you can somehow escape this, don't you? All for One said, interrupting his thoughts. How foolish and naive. Although you do have skills, I doubt that another pawn in my hands does. Are the stakes not high enough? How about this? All for One dramatically paused, and with every passing second, Midoriya could hear his heart beating in anticipation. If you win, I'll let you have Bakugou. Midoriya's brain stopped thinking. Bakugou? He had Bakugou? You have Kaken? Midoriya accidentally blurted out before cursing himself mentally. Oh, Kaken? You must be very close if you've given him that nickname, All for One said, and Midoriya could feel a smirk behind his mask. That makes the deal even better. So what do you say? Are you going to play my silly mind games? Midoriya glared at the man before growling out his answer. All right. Bakugou POV. The room he was stuck in was painfully bright. Bakugou swore that if he had to stay in here for several more hours, he'd go insane. With white walls, floor, and ceiling, along with bright lights and a camera in the room, it was more of a prison than anything. Of course, there was the door behind him. But that door was sealed so tightly that Bakugou couldn't open it, not even with his explosions. And for some reason that he didn't know, there was another door right in front of him, opposite of the door he just came through. It had taken some time for Bakugou to find it, mostly because it was disguised as the wall around it. However, if you looked close enough, there was a faint line that separated the door from the wall. Suddenly, the door flipped. It was too fast for Bakugou to react to it, but what used to be a flat door that could be mistaken as a wall turned into a flat TV screen, which turned on to reveal the portrait of a man. Or at least, Bakugou thought it was a FNG man. This person had a navy blue mask that almost resembled a skull. Pipes shot out of the top of his head, and some sort of collar made out of a large amount of pipes was at the bottom of it. A chill ran up Bakugou's spine as he stared at the person in the screen. There was no way Bakugou could be this frightened by some FNG villain in a mask, right? Right? Ah yes, Bakugou, correct? The man asked, and Bakugou froze. His voice trickled into his body and made him lock up. I suggest you answer me. After all, you don't want any trouble, don't you? Bakugou somehow managed to stiffly nod, which seemed to pacify the man. You're wondering who I am, I would assume. My name's All for One. You, however, can call me Sensei. And why the F would I call you that? Bakugou sneered, and All for One hummed. Well, let me explain. I am going to trap you in a room with someone, and your job is to kill that person. Kill them, you get your freedom; get killed, I gain your body. Bakugou froze. He was supposed to be a hero, right? How could he kill someone and still be that? Of course, villains were villain and accidents could happen, but what if this was a civilian? Actually, it wouldn't be right? It'd be another villain, because this man said that he could be killed. Well, are you going to stay here to rot or gain your freedom? Bakugou grit his teeth, not willing to answer until All for One continued, We have Midoriya. You have FNG Deku? Bakugou asked, genuinely confused. How could the FNG nerd allow himself to be captured? And that easily? Well, it's simple. He still cares about his Kaken, you know? With you here, we can guarantee that. I accept. Pardon? If looks could kill, All for One would have been dead on the floor of wherever he was a long time ago. I accept your game. All for One chuckled before happily saying, Good. All for One POV. All for One turned off the TV and flipped the door so that it returned to its white wall form. There were several other TVs around him, showing locations around his hideout, including the rooms of two very important prisoners. All for One grinned. Guilt was an amazing tool when it comes to gaining pawns to your side. The two boys would face each other in masks. Without quirks. One would kill the other. That was inevitable. Then, by revealing the other's mask, he'd bask in the glory of seeing their faces going pale with shock and grief. And no matter what, he had kept his part of the deal. After all, he never said they'd see each other alive and well, had he? With enough effort, he could gain a new student and a new Nomu. What fun! Oh yes, It was going to be an amazing thing to see. If there was one thing Class 3E was good at doing, it was looking out for each other. They've been doing it since the beginning at Kunugigiako Junior High. They've been doing it when Koro-sensei was still alive. They've been doing it since they officially graduated from the assassination classroom. They each internally promised to continue doing that in the future. But now one of them was missing. One of their own was missing, and if the League of Villains thought they would stay put, they were wrong. Yes, the League would pay most sincerely for their actions. If it weren't for Karasuma-sensei and Beach-sensei's news from wherever they got it, Class 3E would still be stuck trying to find out where their green-headed friend was. And Bakugou, or as they liked to call him, Tap, short for the Angry Pomeranian. According to Beach-sensei, with the help of her quirk, Honey Trap, when activated, can be used to stuck and lower guards down. Effect decreases when the target is familiar with her. She'd been able to get some information out of several villains' loose lips before arresting them. You know, the usual stuff. "All right, you brats," she said when they had a meeting about their friend's kidnapping incident. "I've got several bits of advice. First, we know their main location's a bar. Not much, considering that they've got a warping buddy, but it's better than nothing. Second, hand FTSH guy is not the leader." Several murmurs broke out between them before Beach-sensei yelled, "I'm still talking, you know." Yeah, go on," Terasaka said, waving his hand. "You want to rescue Izuku as much as us, so just keep going." Beach-sensei huffed before flicking some strands of hair on her shoulder away. "Third, the Nomus. They're probably making more of them at different factories. That shut them up before they started yelling. But wait, didn't we destroy those? That's probably not all of them. If we look at this logically, who the F cares about logically? Who's got a map? Are these all over Japan or?" A tick mark appeared on Beach-sensei's face before Karma shouted, "Beach-sensei looks like she's going to become a fuse. I am Udaman brats." Karasuma rolled his eyes at her before pulling out a map. "We know that based on the fact that these are new and that we have captured all but 2 members from the sports festival attack, they probably don't have many members. What we're going to do is infiltrate them. Everyone understand? What we're going to do is kill them from the inside out." Mihara smirked. "I like the sound of that. So how long will this take?" Nagisa asked, fidgeting in his seat. The faster the meeting could go, the better. He doubted that the distraction he set up for the host club would last very long. Kyoya probably noticed something by now. But then again, he might not mention anything. You could never tell with that Black Prince. I'm going to say several days at least. Remember, we want to gain their trust, even if that means breaking the law. As long as there's more benefits, the better, Beach-sensei said, calming down. She was still pouting, her arms crossed over her chest. Me and Karma won't be able to sneak away." Nagisa pouted and Karma sighed a loud sigh. "What a pity, eh? Nagisa?" Karma said, putting his hands behind his head. "Unless you can make copies of us, that somehow act and speak like us?" Nagisa asked hopefully. "I'm pretty sure Sagaya's got a chance doing that, and he only does inanimate objects." Okuda piped up, immediately popping Nagisa's bubble of hope. "So the real question is, who's more likely to look and act like a villain but also smart enough not to get caught?" Takebayashi inquired, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his index finger. "I vote Yada. She's most like Beach-sensei after all," Kurahashi commented, "and doesn't she have a lot of those pins?" Yada blushed a light pink. "I'm not as good as Beach-sensei though." "Nonsense, you're my prized student," Beach-sensei said. "Nakamura's a prankster, she'll be a good fit," Sugino said, and Nakamura wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "I'll take that as a compliment." She grinned and Sugino silently gulped. "What about Itona?" "He's pretty good with technology," Muramatsu pointed out. Karasuma looked around and sighed. "I've got an idea. There's an assassin that I know. She's pretty new to the scene, and she's a bit, how do I say this, unusual, but she can get the job done. I'll send her in along with one of you. Any more would be suspicious." "What's her name?" Isegai asked. "Toga Himiko. Midoriya POV. Midoriya was told what would happen as well as the rules to this game and several other things. It was pretty simple. Go into a white, brightly lit room and battle it out, until one person is out, with the word out being dead. The room was already a bother, after all, it had boundaries. And it was probably going to be a headache to fight there. Not only that, there were several rules to this fight. 1. They couldn't destroy the room. Although Midoriya doubted they would, it was still needed. 2. If both got knocked out or injured to the point where they can't continue battling, they'll have to continue their battle for another day. He was suspicious about this, after all. If all for one wanted one of them killed, this treatment shouldn't be necessary, just make them bleed to death. But then again, he wanted to have a show, whatever that meant. 3. No quirks. Now for this rule, Midoriya didn't see the point in telling him this. Shouldn't he just leave it out? Maybe it was just to inform him. 4. Only one weapon would be allowed. This rule was more for Midoriya than the other, most likely, unless they were like Stain and had multiple swords and knives on them. 5. Everything else is allowed. If, by any chance, there was something that All for One did not want to see, he'd tell them through a speaker installed in one of the walls. Midoriya gripped his one Kali stick tightly. Although it had only been a few hours, or was it days, since he'd been captured, there was one thing he forgot. He went into the door that had swung open in front of him, but not before getting the other one and activating his beacon. Class 3 POV. Guys, it's Midoriya. One of his Kali stick beacons has been activated. Ritsu reported. The class had either a smile, smirk, or grin. They were coming, whether the villains were ready or not. Time to play a game. The door showed a long and dimly lit hallway. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all made of cold cement bricks covered with gray paint. Midoriya walked through the hall, which had doors all over it, but there were locks on the handles. He could tell that All for One didn't want him going there. Of course, if he could escape, he could come back with reinforcements of some sort to break into them. Or, that beacon was working and some members of his class would be coming over here. That was also an option. His class was most likely having a meeting about his whereabouts. After all, that would be the most logical thing to do. The real question would be how they would proceed to find him. There were several ways that Midoriya could come up with in his head. One would be gathering everyone and bringing them over, like how they tried to rescue Beach Sensei last year. However, it could potentially go wrong if they didn't know everything, like with the Reaper's traps and the like. On the other hand, there was no Koro Sensei, number 10 billion yen on the line. Unfortunately, that would make it easier to sweep this under the rug. No one would notice a class going missing if they were scattered across Japan, unless they had gotten to some influential status by going to a certain high school. Another way would be to leak his location to the heroes. This was also risky, such as if they didn't believe him, the information got stolen by the villains, or if it just plain didn't get to them. However, if the heroes did believe them and did decide to check it out, there would be major benefits, like reinforcements, etc. But if anything, Class 3E learned that the government wasn't always to be trusted. The hallway took a turn to the right and Midoriya quickly pressed himself against the wall before peeking around the corner. You could never be too careful. All for One said his opponent would be in some sort of room. He never said that Midoriya wouldn't be ambushed on the way there. However, this entire hallway could be a scheme to make him anxious and make mistakes. All for One was being very tricky with his games. Yes, games, that was the right word. To him, everything, from Midoriya to the deal, was just something to amuse him, something to propel him forward. Because Midoriya knew, this deal was too shallow and beneficial to him. One of them would be sacrificed and All for One didn't care who it would be. There was most likely equal benefit or it was rigged. One of the two. After rounding the corner and a few minutes of cautious walking, Midoriya had managed to reach a large door, about half the size of Class 1A's own classroom door. At the foot of the door was a cardboard box filled with who knew what and a small paper sign was taped onto the door. This is your destination. Put on the restraints and outfit under this sign. As soon as you open the door, I'll open the other door. Get ready while you can. Squatting down, Midoriya opened the cardboard box to reveal a mask, black combat outfit, complete with a jacket, shirt, pants, mask, and gloves. He picked up the mask and looked at it. A voice changer was attached. Interesting. Why did All for One not want his enemy to not know his voice? Midoriya stared at the clothes. Did All For One expect him to just change right here and now? Quickly looking around him, he changed out of his torn jumpsuit as fast as he could. The chill of the air made him shiver. Now completely covered, Midoriya hesitated. What was the purpose of this? Was his opponent being supplied with this as well? He shook his head, shaking out the unneeded questions. He'd figure it out when he got in there. And with a deep breath, Midoriya put his hand on the door knob and opened the door. Bakugou's POV. Well, the opposition has reached their side of the door, the villain said in a nonchalant voice. Bakugou swore that he could have heard humming coming from him. But now it was no matter. His outfit had changed from the blue and white gym uniform of UA into some sort of shitty clothes and mask that might have been used for some sort of FING spy movie. Only it was on a shitty budget, with a shitty costume designer, and with a shitty plot. In other words, he really didn't FING like this. At all. He adjusted the cuffs on his wrists. All For One, that fucker, had him put on some new bracelets, and once he had put them on, Bakugou immediately tested his quirk out, only to find that he couldn't. Then, the piece of sheet almost gleefully put in that these were FING quirk restraints. He wanted Bakugou to fight quirkless. No, Bakugou wasn't worried. Bakugou was never worried. He couldn't be. This was a fight he could use to get Deku and get the F out of here. And if there was anything he was good at, it was fighting. If anything, kanji worrying was not going to help. And besides, he was Bakugou, the one who would be a hero. His teachers and classmates practically made him become a hero. There was no other option but to become one, to prove his worth. Because if you weren't the best, you were nothing. You were average. You were nothing but a pebble by the side of the road. To him, to be the best meant being a hero. Beating All Might. He scowled at the reminder. At this pace, there was no way he could do that. His entire class, which were supposed to be extras, had amazing quirks, not like he would admit it. His dream, if it could even be called his, was becoming out of reach. And the cherry on top was this. Bakugou picked up the mask that he was supposed to put on. A voice changer. There was no way that All For One didn't want his opponent to know his voice. What would be the purpose of it? They don't know each other anyway. In any case, Bakugou fixed the mask on his face. It was time. The two doors opened, revealing both of the opponents. The two boys were dressed the same way. A black combat outfit was on their bodies in lieu of their tattered UA jumpsuits, a mask covering their faces and hair, gloves, and for one boy, there were cuffs around his wrists. Both had some sort of weapon with them, one having a kali stick and the other having a wooden kama, a traditional Japanese weapon that resembled to a small, handheld scythe. The two immediately ran to each other, the second one starting out with a right hook with the kama in his hand instead of a fist. The first one paused for the slightest second before he attacked with his kali, performing moves that were so fluid he could most likely do it in his sleep. Now it was the second person's turn to stop, looking questioningly at the person in front of him, only for the first person to continue his relentless attack. For the next few minutes, the two exchanged moves, not at the brutal intensity they started with, but more as if they were testing each other out. All For One listened to the match through the small speaker of sorts in the corner of the room. He could easily change with two other ones in the same room. Unfortunately, the fourth one decided to break down on him. The intensity of the fight was slowly growing until the second boy growled and threw his weapon, crushing the speaker All For One was using at the moment. He said and went to the second audio speaker. Nothing important was missed, the two boys continuing to fight like their life depended on it. It did depend on it, actually. All For One smirked. He had almost forgotten. The second boy was now left without a weapon at the moment, but he didn't hesitate to use hand-to-hand combat with the first boy, who looked at the bottom of his kali stick for a moment and threw it down, not that All For One noticed it. And if he did, All For One may have prevented his downfall from coming so soon. In any case, All For One was enjoying the battle so far. It was much more enjoyable than the sports festival was. In this, there was the thrill that only a death match could have. In this, there was adrenaline pumping and there was no stopping it. In this, he could see their terrified faces when they realized that they killed an innocent. No hero in training was ever innocent in his eyes, And the moment they realized they had taken the life of the one whom they wanted to save, All for One was almost addicted to that moment, their faces paling. He'd then make the winner become his student. They would be full of grief, guilt, and shame, making them much easier to manipulate. Of course, there was the chance that they'd be even more determined to be a hero, but he could easily solve that. Isolation in a white room always turned the best minds upside down. It would have been better if he was able to watch in person. Then, he could use one of the quirks he had gained over the years to actually watch the show. But it was no matter, the audio could do, he could tell what was going on, and if he did want to look, he could just walk down the hallway and open the door. There was no way two high schoolers, even if they were in the hero course, could beat him and his quirk combinations. All for One grinned. This was becoming something grand, another step in the web of lies and deception used to climb to the top. That's when one of the cords of that web snapped under the weight. But he, All for One, didn't know it at the time. Midoriya POV. They were close. Midoriya could sense it. Surprisingly, his opponent was Bakugou. He could recognize that right hook from anywhere, considering that he had spent so many years chasing after his childhood friend. He was shocked when he made sure that he wasn't hallucinating or something like that, but it only took a second. After all, they were in the middle of a fight. He couldn't let down his guard. He had also made his identity known with an attack that Bakugou should have recognized from all the times they trained during class and during the sports festival. And then, taking in his size and body structure, Bakugou should be able to put all the clues together. Midoriya was very happy when he did. Bakugou, despite his many faults, was not stupid, to a degree. "My friends are coming, just keep fighting like this," he had murmured into Bakugou's ear when Bakugou had thrown his kama. Just to keep appearances up. Bakugou's mask faced him for several seconds. Midoriya suspected that Bakugou was glaring at him. He checked the bottom of his Kali stick. An electronical map was in it. The two Kali sticks had 2 trackers in them, in case he was ever stuck or kidnapped or the like. It paid off having Koro-sensei as a teacher and as a role model. Class 3 had put in several safety measures. They couldn't let him down when it came to safety. Not only that, but 2 of them were taken in Kyoto. Class 3, DB'd med if that happened once again. Not that they could predict All for One kidnapping him and Bakugou. His classmates were very close. The electronical map had 2 blinking dots on it, one being the Kali stick in his hand, the other being the Kali stick he left behind. Suddenly, one of them disappeared. Midoriya grinned under his mask. They were here. And they were coming. He couldn't wait. Midoriya then threw down his Kali stick to avoid it getting destroyed. He couldn't afford it and neither could Bakugou. Not when rescue was so close. After a few minutes of fighting, the ceiling cracked and broke. Avoiding the debris raining down on him, Midoriya took off his mask and ripped off Bakugou's. Bakugou scowled at him and shook off Midoriya's hand when Midoriya tried to grab his hand. "I'll just follow you, DMN nerd," Bakugou said. Rolling his eyes at Bakugou's stubbornness, he led them up to the top of the rubble pile to where the ceiling used to be. Peering around, he spotted what could only be Sagaya, who he presumed made whatever caused the ceiling to collapse, along with Karma next to him. Midoriya smiled. All for One brought his own destruction, hook, line, and sinker. "What's the plan?" Midoriya asked as the 4 made their way through a vent. Karma and Sagaya looked back at Midoriya and Bakugou, who was scowling furiously at the others. "There's not many people here for this mission," Karma said as he looked back forward and continued crawling. "The real thing is that, for one, we can't be seen," Sagaya said. "Sillies. You guys are kinda expected to be there, you know? Karasuma's orders. I bet that the gov's not willing to let us go, and it'd be bad for any news released about child soldiers even though heroes are basically the same thing but public." "Makes sense, reputation's everything in politics, they never know what goes underneath the surface," Karma scoffed. "We've had plenty of that before." "If you're done talking," Bakugou said, finally speaking up, "what the F happened back there?" "Ah, Bakugou, right?" Karma hummed. "That was just a bomb, made specially by Terasaka, Itona, and Ritsu. Course, you have no idea who they are. Now, before you say anything, yes, we do know that there is a super bad potato back there." Bakugou turned his head. Titi. That's the heroes' jobs, it's easier to pin it on them, Sagaya explained. It's all just politics at this point. How else could a hero like Captain Celebrity actually not get chased out of his job? Midoriya said. Even the name is egotistical and stupid. In any case, Sagaya said, in a few minutes, we'll be out of this tunnel, we'll get out. Isegai and Maihara are there along with Ryo and Nagisa. Midoriya perked up. They're also here? Yeah, surprisingly. Usually he'd be with Haruai, his cousin in case you forgot, but he made some sort of excuse. And besides, it wouldn't be fair for the two of us to have fun, Karma grinned. Sagaya sweat dropped. I don't think this can be counted as fun. Are you kidding? We get to break into a supervillain's base, rescue these idiots. This earned a few hissed protests from Midoriya and Bakugou, and destroy the base as well. The next bomb should be going any minute. How many FING bombs did you guys even plant? Bakugou asked. Just 10. 10? Isn't that overkill? Midoriya said in disbelief. No such thing as overkill, Karma smirked and Midoriya sighed. Of course. This was Karma they were talking about after all. Believe me, he would have used a lot more if I hadn't convinced him otherwise. Sagaya shook his head before looking a bit ahead of him. The hole's right there, we should drop down. Grabbing the sides of the tunnel floor that was exposed by the rather large hole, Sagaya swung his legs down before dropping onto the floor below, Karma following in suit. Come on, Kaken. Don't tell me what to FNG do, demon nerd. The two fell out of it and Karma put his hand on Bakugou's shoulder. I suggest not saying things like that, he said. After all, we don't need to help you. We can just leave you here and have you find your own way. How long would it take for you to starve? Not only that, how else are you going to get those cuffs off? Quirks are so overrated, I doubt that you don't rely on it. Then why don't you effing take them off? Because, Karma shrugged, it's nice to see you squirm without it. Kinda like a certain childhood friend. Oops, did I say childhood friend? I meant ex-childhood friend. You were a bullying piece of shit. Bakugou's eye twitched. Shut the F up. Is that all you have to say? What a pity, Karma sighed before Sagaya pulled on his sleeve. Karma, not so loud, Sagaya whispered before jerking his head subtly at Midoriya, who looked like he would rather be anywhere than at that moment. Karma said before waving his hand. Come on, they're this way. The group walked for about a minute or so before a shadow dropped behind them. They instantly turned around before Midoriya dropped his guard. It's Nagisa. Hey, the blue-haired boy said as he waved. It's nice to see you in one piece. Isegai and Maihara and Nakamura are scouting ahead. I'm to pick you up. Karma trapped Nagisa into a chokehold and ruffled the top of his head. Thanks for the help, Nagisa. Karma, let go of me. Fine, he let go. This is a really great FING get-together, Bakugou suddenly growled. But are we going to FNG go or not? Yeah. Karma rolled his eyes and before they continued, a sudden rumble sounded through the air as the structure shook. Well, there goes the second bomb. Another rumble. All right, we really need to go. That was the third. The heroes are probably outside and are coming by now. Sagaya pulled Midoriya and the five quickly ran, dodging any loose falling debris. Hey, you guys. Isegai suddenly appeared on one side of them. We found a way out. Yeah, Maihara said on the other side of the group. Ryo's already clearing it out. On the other side should be sewage system, we can get out from there. Whatever we do, as long as we're not squished by anything, I'm good, Midoriya shouted as he ran a bit faster, almost getting hit by a metal pole falling behind him. Over there. Isegai pointed and soon, they could see Ryo's telltale blonde hair. Here, you guys, Ryo said, pointing at the tunnel before she dropped down into the abyss of darkness. Jump! Isegai pushed Midoriya and Bakugou in before another loud bang sounded, much nearer than the other three. A large piece of the wall fell in front of the entrance, almost squishing them. So, Sagaya, we're going down there or? Nah, Karma said, we got to go through a different way, remember? Maihara perked up. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Come on, we should go before we kick the bucket, Nagisa said, looking around at their surroundings. Midoriya and Bakugou have to escape in a believable manner, Karma continued. Nakamura's just there to guide them. She'll join us soon. And with that said, they disappeared, all 5 of them, as if they never even existed. The hideout was practically already a mess when the heroes did get there. The exterior was somewhat normal, if large cracks spread over the walls of the building counted as normal. Dust and debris was scattered all around the building. The interior was another story. The ceilings were mostly collapsed, rocks, parts of the wall blocking their way, and many obstacles were in their path. If anything, it was like the heroes were just there as backup, Mirio thought as he looked at the rubble. That wouldn't be surprising, there was a reason there were different types of heroes after all. No one could cover all of the areas heroes needed to address. Rescues, fighting, damage control, those required necessary precision that not everyone could just half-butt it. No, the real question was who did this damage. But for right now, Mirio could push that out of his mind. Now was the time to see what was left and what was needed to do. We're going to split up into teams, Sir Night-Eye pushed up his glasses. I want 4 different groups, 3 to stay inside and 1 to stay outside to control anything that happens out here. Is that clear? The group that Sir Night-Eye controlled nodded, Mirio included. Lemillion, Mirio perked up at his name. I want you to lead one group along with Bubble Girl and Centipeder, who will lead outside. You sure, sir? Mirio asked. You're going to need more experience, and I think that with the situation at hand, Sir Night-Eye pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his middle finger, that you would be best at this. 13 will be with you, in case anything goes wrong. Mirio beamed. Thank you, sir. Like Mirio originally thought, their job was to clean up, or at least, investigate the area. It's a mess here, he muttered. 13 next to him nodded. Yeah, but at least your quirk can help, True. Too bad you can't use your quirk right now with all of the unknown stuff. That'd make this a jiffy. 13 laughed. True. We just have to be extra cautious. I'm sure that I can get rid of a few things at least. Mirio pointed at a large rock blocking their way. Can you use spaghettification for that thing? I'll see what I can do, 13 said, and the space hero walked forward to destroy the boulder. Suddenly, Mirio turned around. His eyes raked the area, looking around the rubble and debris. Someone or even something was out there. Be careful, everyone, he raised his voice. We don't know what's out here. But Lemillion, one of them complained, it's clean-up duty, like you said. Lighten up, too much stress can make you hallucinate. Don't be that crazy kid seeing everything everywhere. It's better to be safe than sorry, Mirio replied. And if there are Nomas here? Ones that specialize in stealth, like a velociraptor? Then what? The man who talked back gulped before looking around with his eyes. Lemillion held back a sigh. Over here's good. 13 called as she waved the group over. I'm pretty sure that there's a room under here. All right then, let's check it out. And with that said, Lemillion looked back out one last time before walking over to 13. Sagaya POV. That was close. Isegai sighed in relief once the group had gotten out of that situation. Sorry, Maiha rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. That's all right, Nagisa said. They didn't find us out, did they? Yeah, Karma agreed, and now they'll be more cautious, won't they? Don't want any nasty accidents now. I guess so, Maihara brightened up. That Lemillion kid's pretty good, Karma continued. I wonder how strong he is. You shouldn't be calling him a kid, when we're all younger than him by 2 years, Karma. He's a 3rd year at UA, out of all places, remember? Sagaya rolled his eyes. Well, excuse me then, Karma mocked, Lemillion-senpai. Please save me, a young Kohai vying for your attention. You, out of all people, shouldn't need that much saving, Nagisa shook his head. Karma cackled as they moved along. In any case, how do you think Nakamura's doing with Midoriya and Sparky? Karma asked. I bet that Bakugou's going to be either really annoying or really observant, Nagisa thought out loud. Midoriya did call him smart. Midoriya calls a lot of people smart. And this smart might not be common sense smart, maybe just academic smart, Maihara shrugged. Still, if he's academic smart, then he's got to have some sort of street smart, especially with a temper like his, Sagaya pointed out. True, Maihara agreed. After a few moments of silence, Karma asked, so how far away are we running? The way we came from should be around here somewhere, Isegai muttered. Didn't we agree that we'd enter through that pipe thing? Nagisa piped up. Then that should be somewhere around here soon. There's a lot of vents and I remember commenting on it. Why didn't we go through them anyway? Karma asked. It'll be too slow though and we don't know how those would be affected by the explosions, Sagaya answered. Remember? Yeah, Karma grumbled, but still. Another few moments passed before the group spotted the pipe thing Nagisa was talking about. Sagaya, can you use your quirk? Yeah, sure, Sagaya said. Do you want me to draw a hole through here? If that's all right with you. With a hum, Sagaya drew smooth cracks around the wall. On the other side should be a small room with a window that would have a ladder that would go onto the roof, which would be their escape. What they didn't expect was a group on the other side. Hey, check it out, this wall's got a circle, a female's voice said. Let me see, a man said, and the group of assassins backed up. The person knocked on the concrete before saying, back up. I will try to open it. And with a large bang, the stone in the middle of the wall flew out. It's a potential opening, someone commented. Sagaya may not have known these people, but he knew one thing. None of them could get caught. Putting a finger to his face, he pointed up at the ceiling. The others nodded. Climbing up slowly, Sagaya made sure that he was hidden on a ledge, still with a good view on what was going on. A thin, long man went through Sagaya's exit. With a gray suit, green hair with yellow streaks, Sagaya remembered from one of Nagisa and Midoriya's rants. This man wasn't any person. He was Sir Night Eye, former sidekick of All Might. His quirk, Sagaya thought, was a small mystery among his few fans. Then again, the man was a mix between above and below ground hero. He was the intelligence part of All Might, who, according to Midoriya, didn't have much of. And that same man, the former sidekick of the greatest hero in history, the man that even Midoriya and Nagisa had small information on, peered at Sagaya's hiding spot. Come out. I'm not going to say it again. Whoever you are, come out, or I will be forced to believe that you are villains. Nagisa connected eyesight with his classmates. Well now, I'll give you to the count of 3, since I've seen that you all are children, the man, Sir Night said. 1. What should be done? Karasuma had told them that they couldn't risk to be discovered, so now what? 2. The word was drawn out, almost tauntingly. Karma then winked and all Nagisa was hoped that Karma wouldn't do something as stupid as attack the man. After all, Sir Night Eye, despite his agency more focused on gathering information, had to have some sort of combat experience, especially during his time as All Might sidekick. We'll come out, Karma said softly, making the others blink. Where was the confident Karma they knew? Good, Sir Night Eye nodded in approval. With a heave, Karma moved out of his hiding spot, behind the rubble of several boulders at Sir Night Eye's shoulder height. I'm certain there's more than one person, Sir Night Eye frowned. Come on out, you guys. Karma jerked his head and Nagisa hesitated. Karma had to have a plan, right? He bit his lip before coming out of his own hiding spot, above their heads. One by one, Maihara, Isegai, and Sagaya walked out and into the open. That should be all of you, Sir Night Eye muttered softly. Nagisa blinked. He knew how many there were? Now, he continued, would any of you like to tell me who you are and why you are here? Out of the corner of his eye, Nagisa could spot Sagaya fidget with the Class 3, new and improved, uniform. Why should we? Mahara asked, his eyes narrowing. He crossed his arms. You just barged in here and demanded us to show ourselves. How do we know that we can even trust you? Sir Night Eye clicked his tongue. That is true. You don't know whether I am a hero or a villain or maybe even a vigilante. Though, I would suppose that a vigilante wouldn't wear a business suit, would they? He cracked a slight smile. Silence met his question, but he must have expected it because he then said, but I also don't know who you all are. Are you a villain? Are you a civilian who decided it would be good fun to go into a crime scene? His tone became harsher and sharper during the last sentence. Sir, I think we should. Sir Night Eye held up his hand. I want to hear it from them. He turned to Karma. You, out of this group, decided to come out before telling these four to get out of their hiding spots. Why? Karma, like Nagisa, hopefully, expected him to have had a response. Because there's 3 reasons. The first 2 helped me decide what to do. The third one I got from our conversation, if you can call it that. He held up one finger. You knew there were people. You just found that hole in the wall and you immediately broke it down and said, come out. If you were that confident, you must have had some sort of clue since we made no sound. Karma put up another finger. Phew. If you were someone who was going to kill us, wouldn't you have done it by now? Kill now, ask questions later. Not to mention the group you've got behind you. He then brought up a third finger. Finally, you asked whether we were villains or civilians. You sounded really sad when you asked us whether we were civilians. And I wouldn't think that a villain would ask another person whether they're a villain. Karma put his hand down. So that's why. Sir Night Eye's eyebrows raised for a slight second, which wouldn't have been noticed if it weren't for the fact that Nagisa was watching his facial expressions during Karma's entire reasoning process. There was also another reason that they would know him. Despite the little information they had on Sir Night Eye, they did know he was a hero. However, it would have been slightly suspicious if they said that. After all, Sir Night Eye often worked in the shadows. Very few people knew or remembered him. And even if they did know and remember him back in All Might's glory days, that was almost half a decade ago, quickly approaching 6 years. I suppose so, Sir Night Eye then said. But none of you answered my first question. Who are you and why are you here? We're not civilians if you're asking about that, Sagaya commented. You'd be kinda stupid if you thought we were, considering we've got this stuff on us. Maihara rolled his eyes. Yes, I see you have an uniform on, most likely not cheap, Sir Night Eye pointed out, and Nagisa was thankful that they all decided to leave their guns back in their hiding spots. It'd be hard to explain that. The knives they did have on them were small and hidden from plain sight. However, they could be able to pull them out quickly. Sir, one of the group members said behind the man, should we take them outside and keep an eye on them? I think we still have a little time before we all have to go up and meet the other teams, Sir Night Eye decided. Half of you continue on and half of you stay here, just in case. Sir, they yelled and 6 of them left. Now back to you. I don't like how you are avoiding the answer. Now answer before I have to escort you to the police. Sir Night Eye stared at them. I don't think that you'll believe us, someone said. And to Nagisa's horror, he was that someone. Oh? Sir Night Eye asked. Karma was looking at Nagisa with the corner of his eye. What are you doing? Was certainly what he was thinking. Yep, Nagisa said. And why is that? Since when do any adults believe us? Nagisa bluffed. But it wasn't completely a lie. Before their 3rd year in middle school, the adults practically trampled over them. You might be one of them. Sir Night Eye raised an eyebrow. Them? Yeah, you know, the doctor that always tell us that they're going to cure us, Nagisa said. Doctor? Yeah, Isegai said. He always brings us into this room before knocking us out. He likes picking on Maihara and me mostly because we're quirkless. Someone in the group gasped quietly. Sir Night Eye himself seemed slightly surprised as well. Oh, you're quirkless, Sir Night Eye said. Isegai nodded and was about to say something before Maihara opened his mouth. Yeah, and it is. It's not like I asked to be quirkless anyway. The doctor called us pure and valuable, Isegai continued, but he really just wanted something to control without worrying about any quirks going out of control. So you were experimented on? Were you intended to become Nomus? Sir Night Eye asked. Nah, Karma said. We're being molded into something better than that. The doctor says he's determined to make us better than the thing his friend made out of antimatter, Nagisa then said, making the hero freeze. You all are going to come with me, Sir Night Eye muttered, and Nagisa gulped. Why should we? Maihara pressed. You might be like Doctor. I'm Sir Night Eye, a hero, Sir Night Eye finally admitted. We're going to take you somewhere safe. Oh God, Nagisa thought, what had they gotten themselves into? And they were going to somehow have to escape this. Sigh, this was going to be a problem. His hand slipped into his pocket to grasp their connection to Nakamura. Ryo's POV. And we're here. Ryo grinned. The Pomeranian was fun to aggravate. She was also glad to see Midoriya in one piece as well. Finally, the light blonde said, and Ryo pointed. Down there, take a left, then another left, go up and you should get to a pothole from above. Go through there, you should be able to see the heroes there. Thanks, Nakamura. Midoriya sighed happily. Just then, a device buzzed in her pocket. Taking it out, Ryo read the message. On second thought, Ryo said, I'm going to be coming with you. Why? Because, Ryo answered, it's hard to be a child assassin paid by the Gov when you can't be caught by heroes. Midoriya paled slightly. Oh God. Yep. So, you're telling me, Bakugou said slowly, that your FING friends who happen to be assassins got caught by the heroes when they FNG said they were fine. Well, yeah, that's the gist of it, Ryo yawned. What's your point? I gotta get over there, make a distraction. Nothing, Bakugou scoffed. I found it pathetic. Aren't you all supposed to be trained to not get found? With a quick zing of a knife, Ryo's knife rested right against Bakugou's Adam's apple. What did you just call us? She smiled, a tick mark on her forehead. I called you pathetic. Bakugou snarled. Ryo sighed. You know, Tap, you're walking on a very, very fine line between life and figurative death. Why figurative? Because I don't want to get my hands dirty, killing pieces of sheet and all, Ryo smirked, watching steam almost literally come out of Bakugou's ears. What the F, did you just call me? Sheet, you know? And Tap stands for the Angry Pomeranian. I'm not FNG dog, Bakugou seethed. Oh, but you're just as annoying as one. At least they take a break from being annoying. You don't. Blondie, I swear that. Midoriya interrupted. Shut up, you demon nerd. Bakugou turned to him. Don't talk to Midoriya like that, Ryo. Furrowed her eyebrows. Ryo, you should go, I'll take care of Kaken, Midoriya then said. Bakugou snarled, I don't need anyone to take care of me. Who's in a better position, you or us two? Ryo asked. Bakugou clicked his tongue and turned his head. Exactly, Ryo hummed, and she sheathed her knife. So you should get going, they're probably looking for you. Midoriya nodded. Thanks, Ryo. As for you, Ryo glanced at Bakugou, keep your mouth shut about us. It was only necessary to rescue Midoriya, we didn't have to get you. But Midoriya'd be upset and guilty about that, so we did. Don't make us regret it. After all, we have connections, and you don't want your precious future spoiled, do you? UA student bullied quirkless student and suicide baited them. Is this our future hero? People are easily persuaded, you know. I got it. You too, Bakugou muttered under his breath. What was that? I said Ivy got it. Bakugou growled. Good, Ryo grinned. See ya, Mido. Bye, Nakamura. Midoriya waved. Come on, Kaken. Shut up. Ryo POV. Ryo moved through the rubble, on a different path than Midoriya and Tap were going through. She didn't retrace her steps and went through where the boys went, that would take too long. Instead, she climbed on some boulders to a hole in the ceiling and entered into a room that was half destroyed, that ceiling folding inwards on one side of the room. The other half wasn't spared though, rocks and dirt covering what would be a pristine white floor. A lone window in the wall with cracked glass in it would be her escape way. She put her hands underneath the window pane, only to draw her hands away. Ouch, she murmured as she examined the cut on the side of her thumb. More wary, she opened the window and carefully went through it. Examining the outside, she then put her hand on the back of her neck. Using her quirk, she created a small parachute, able to carry her weight down safely without twisting her ankle on the destruction below. Quirk, trickster. Able to create anything as long as there is a definite purpose for it. Must have a solid resolve on using it. Cannot create anything complex, such as machines. However, can create fibers. If used too much, can cause migraines. Ryo jumped. Landing on the ground, she ran over to a neighboring building about a street away. Due to the bombs being planted in specially planned areas, it wasn't in a bad condition, depending on how you define the word bad. It certainly was an abandoned place, judging by the apartment outside. The outside paint chipped and the door to the place was covered with dents and bangs. Using her quirk once more, she created several suction cups. Attaching them to her feet and hands, she huffed before placing her hands on the building. This should be good. Part of the brick that was underneath one of her suction cups fell away. Rio cursed. Who was in charge of this building? Continuing her climb, she made sure to check whether it was secure before proceeding. After several minutes of climbing, Rio managed to reach an open window. I'm just going to go in, she muttered before taking off her glove cup by putting it under her armpit and applying pressure so she could slip her hand out. Bringing her leg up, Rio went in. Karma POV. Karma hummed. Well, this was going to be difficult to explain to the host club if they were present, which he doubted, considering they were in the poorer areas in Japan. The heroes were actually doing well at this thing, Karma thought as he watched Sir Night Eye command his men and women around. So we're going to go with these people? Mahara whispered. It's a better choice than resisting. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves, Isegai answered him. But wouldn't that also be suspicious? What good runaway wouldn't try to escape? Mahara rolled his eyes. My Haris got a point. Sugaya put his 2 cents in. Okay, let's think, Nagisa muttered. We've been experimented on, we probably have PTSD or whatever, trust issues, maybe another mental thing going on or something. If we escape and they don't find us, they'll send out search parties to find us or something because they want info on the doctor. We do have information on the doctor, Isegai said. Ritsu found out. Goes by the name Daruma Ujiko. His real name's Kyudai Garaki. And how does Ritsu know his real name? Isegai shrugged. Apparently the man's also done a bit of embezzlement and illegal experimentation. Ritsu said that she researched a bunch of people, especially higher-ups. Not only that, but the man's also got another phone. I have no idea how she got through there, but she did. It's Ritsu, enough said, Sugaya said. And if we do escape and they do find us? They'll put us under tighter security, Karma theorized. Sugaya sighed. Well, that's also a problem. We're also trying to get home as well. Imagine if Kyoya got his hands on this, Nagisa paled. He'd put this on our debt for lying or something like that and give us more work because of the days we missed. The staying with our friends from middle school excuse will get old, even if it is true. Rio would probably making a move right now, Mai Hara put in. But with Sir Night Eye, that move might fail. Nagisa glanced at the man, who also turned. Nagisa turned away immediately. Well shit, he's coming over, Sugaya said. Now what are we supposed to do? Nagisa bit the inside of his cheek. I got an idea, Karma hummed. You do? Thank God. Karma looked at Sir Night Eye. Yo, Hiro-san or whatever, can we go? He could hear someone face-palm himself. Of course it was too true to be true. Sir Night Eye raised an eyebrow. My name is Sir Night Eye, like I said. And no, you cannot just go. Well, why not? Karma crossed his arms. Because we're going to take you to the hospital so you can heal and then we're going to ask you some things about that doctor. So you're just using us for the doctor? Karma snapped. Stop giving him a hard time, Maihara hissed at him. Maihara's right, for once, Sugaya muttered the last part. Excuse me? You'll have a better future if you come with us, Sir Night Eye answered. It'll be better than having an uncertain one. He quickly turned around and stepped to the side before wincing at something. Karma looked at his leg to see a thin needle poking out of the man's suit. He grinned. Bingo. Let's go, Nagisa said before pausing. Sugaya, you know that thing you and Okuda were working on? What? Oh yeah. Sugaya grinned. Let's try it. Out. What thing? We'll answer it later, Sugaya answered, but everyone hold your breath. Conjuring up a gas bomb, like a smoke bomb, Sugaya threw it into the middle of the crowd. Instead of a visible gas, it seemed like nothing was coming out of it. Sugaya waved his hand and the others nodded before running. Karma really wanted to know what was in that. It seemed useful. Maybe he could badger it out of Okuda. Sasaki Mirai, Sir Night Eye. Before the rescue mission, grabbed one of his group's men to see what was coming up. It was as he thought, until halfway through the mission. Sasaki was certainly surprised when he saw the discovery of those children. He was even more surprised when he saw an attack launched right after he had taken them out of the crumbling building. He cursed at the stinging pain in his calf, his hands on the sides of the shot area. Unfortunately, whoever shot this certainly knew that he might have dodged the needle and had shot another one. His head was foggy, something he wasn't used to, but he could vaguely hear the children talking. "Let's go," one of the boys said. "Sugaya, you know that thing you and Okuda were working on?" Who was Okuda? Another experimented person? What was this thing they were talking about? Or perhaps, a tiny voice in his head whispered, they were lying the entire time. What? Oh yeah, another answered him, most likely Sugaya. Let's try it out. What thing? We'll answer it later, Sugaya answered, but everyone hold your breath. Before Sasaki could look up, a soft, plume sound could be heard. His eyes darted around from the corner of his eyes, only to see nothing. A sound diversion? However, to his horror, his men were faltering, taking dizzy steps as if they were about to fall before going back upright and going back to work. His nose tingled at the slight smell before one of his hands shot up to his forehead. The slight mist that clouded his mind was growing into a full-blown smog. He rapidly blinked as he massaged his temples. Sheet, why didn't he see this in his vision? Then again, this was an invisible attack and he certainly couldn't see something that was mental. Eyes watering, he managed to see the man he had used to see the future facing away from him. Was that why? He blinked once more before he furrowed his eyebrows. The mind smog had, thankfully, gone away. However, it seemed to have stolen away part of his memories. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Sasaki knew that he was forgetting something. He could practically feel it in the edges of his mind. But what was it? Nagisa POV. What was that? Karma asked curiously as they ran down the street and around a corner. Nagisa could practically see sparkles coming from the boy's eyes. Yeah, he wasn't going to answer that. Luckily, he didn't need to. Something me and Okuda decided to make, Sugaya said smugly, a smirk on his face. However, behind his mask, Nagisa saw the surprise in his eyes. So Sugaya didn't think it would work that well. Good to know that he was willing to throw a completely experimental, chemical-filled gas bomb at a bunch of heroes. Nagisa's sweat dropped. Yeah, but exactly what the hell did you make? Maihar asked. Look at Night Eye. He's acting like he's hungover and the others are acting like they're drunk. Why would you compare it to that? Isegai practically begged, exasperation leaking in his voice. Isn't it true? And come on, it's common sense to think that. Don't ask why that was my first thought though, Maihar rolled his eyes. Anyways, if we're finished talking about the symptoms of it, the corner of Sugaya's eye twitched. It's an invisible, tasteless chemical that triggers forgetfulness, but only for certain people. For that one, those certain people are us. So, what about the smell? Nagisa asked. Well, we haven't gotten that far with it, Sugaya began, moving his hands. You threw something that was still being experimented with at Pro Heroes? Isegai squawked, voicing Nagisa's earlier thought. It was mostly done, Sugaya rolled his eyes, and it wasn't like the smell thing was going to hurt them, it just would be nice if there weren't a smell. Still, we got out of the situation, didn't we? Karma pointed out. Isegai faltered, What yeah? Exactly, Karma said. So, Sugaya, any chance you guys are willing to hand over some? But no. Karma. That's my name, Karma grinned. So, is that a yes or a no? It's obviously a no. Sugaya said. Karma pouted. DM it. Where are we even going? Nagisa asked Isegai in the front. Nakamura said that there was a sewer opening we can use to get to HQ, Isegai said. She also said she'd be standing with it and to not be concerned if she's already in there. Why would we be concerned? Maihar asked. Isegai shrugged. It's Nakamura, she's unpredictable. It's this one. He suddenly stopped, making several of them trip. Dude, give a warning next time. Nagisa rubbed his head that had knocked into Isegai's back. Sorry, Isegai said, rubbing the back of his neck. But at least we didn't miss it. Yeah, we ran into you, Sagaya said. What a great option. Isegai sighed. Why is it impossible to please you guys? Because, Karma hummed, we like being brats. Beach Sensei's responsible for it, you know. Isegai sighed once more. Midoriya POV. Come on, Kaken, Midoriya jerked his head. We gotta stay here, or at least, pretend to be moving out of the building so they can find us and so it's believable. And you expect me to put on a whole ton of dust on myself for that? Bakugou snapped. Well yes, Midoriya admitted, we can't be completely clean. Do you call our state completely clean? Goddammit, Deku, are you effing blind? Bakugou deadpanned. He had a point, Midoriya thought. The two were in a disastrous state already. Dust covered the disheveled suits they had gotten from All for One and there were a few scrapes here and there on their faces. But still, it didn't look like they had just pushed themselves out of the rubble. Stop the mumbling, Deku, I can hear you but can't even understand you, Bakugou said, breaking him from his thoughts. Sorry, Kaken, habit of mine. Well, break that habit or at least, do it not in front of me. I didn't need to worry about that for a year, Kaken. Worry about it then. Shut up, Midoriya muttered and Bakugou's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Then if this is good enough for you, then let's figure out where we are, find the heroes, and get home. I'm sick of this and I doubt either of us ate or drank in hours. Fine. The two walked in what seemed to be just concrete everywhere they looked. Where exactly did Rio drop them? Hey nerd, look up here. What did you find? Midoriya stopped. Maybe if you looked up, you'd see what I'm talking about, Bakugou growled. Midoriya walked over to where Bakugou was standing. Are you talking about that opening? Midoriya pointed. Yeah, Bakugou answered. If we can break some of the wall that's around it, we might be able to see what's outside. And how do you know it leads outside? Midoriya asked. There's sunlight coming out from it. It's gotta be a way out of here. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Keep up, nerd, I thought you were smarter than this. Midoriya rolled his eyes back. All right then, it shouldn't be too hard to get up there. The opening itself was actually a bit large once Midoriya looked at it longer, perhaps around shoulder length wide on the ceiling that was around 10 feet high. However, with the rubble, it was more like 8 to 9 feet high. Sometimes, Midoriya wondered where exactly all this debris came from. It was astounding that Bakugou had even spotted it, despite the ceiling being slightly low since what seemed to be a rock covered most of it. Despite that, Midoriya could see the small amount of light Bakugou was talking about coming out from it. How heavy are you, nerd? Bakugou suddenly asked. What? You heard me, how heavy are you? Bakugou asked once more. I'm around 48.5 kilograms. So you're really FING light, okay, I can work with this, the other interrupted. He looked around before clicking his tongue. Kneeling down, he brought his two hands together. Get on. Midoriya didn't move. I said, get FNG on. You, with the FING Kali, are going to go push whatever's over it and then I'll push you up and you'll go through and pull me up. Use that brain. Midoriya started before doing what Bakugou said. Taking several minutes, Midoriya let out a sigh of relief as the covering finally moved away. Putting the weapon at the surface, he brought his hands up to push himself up. Once he was out, he looked back down and held out his hand. Bakugou did a small jump and grabbed onto his hand. He almost fell back down and Midoriya had to pull him up by himself until Bakugou was high enough to do it himself. You're not as weak as I would have thought, he could hear Bakugou comment. Thanks. Hey look, there they are, someone shouted. Huh, they already found us, Midoriya beamed. Bakugou snorted. How FNG convenient. Once discovered, the heroes quickly pulled Midoriya and Bakugou into an ambulance, despite their multiple protests, and raced them over to the hospital. Right now, the two were in the same room, with Midoriya being on the left side and Bakugou on the right. Why the F? Did they think us being in the same room would be a good idea? Bakugou scowled. If anything, I could be trying to attack you. Yeah, they really gotta think these things through, Midoriya hummed and the room fell into an awkward silence once more. You really pisses me off, you know that, right? Bakugou began, once again breaking the silence. Considering all the attacks on me and how hostile you're to me, yes I do. Bakugou glanced at Midoriya before bringing his arms behind his head and looking up at the ceiling. You know how teachers hate the kids who aren't amazing at their subject, or the kids that barely pay attention, or the kids who they seem to expect more out of? Midoriya's eyebrows furrowed. Yeah? I guess. You're kinda like that. You were really easy to F with, Bakugou said, but you didn't follow the goddamn system. What system? I thought you were smarter than that, the system at Aldra and the schools before. Kaken, I still don't know what you are talking about. Then I'll make you understand. Only the best can survive, anything less and you're nothing. I refused to be nothing, so I became the best. But you, shitty Deku, decided to F with me and continued to try to be a hero. Bakugou slowly brought his hands down before him. And then you have the audacity to come through that door and say, "Hi, Kaken. Long time no see. What do you think that meant to me?" Bakugou's chest moved up and down faster, signaling his quick breaths. Everything I learned was wrong. And being wrong is worse than being nothing. It was quiet, with only Midoriya's thoughts buzzing in his head. Why did this sound so Michigan-like Kunugigiako? Why was Ri's problem so widespread? Kaken, Midoriya began before Bakugou glared at him. Stop calling me the... Everything all right, boys? The two looked over at the entrance to see a familiar face. Sensei Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya and Bakugou said. Yeah, I'm just coming in here to say that you guys are gonna have some therapy lessons. I don't need therapy. What the F-? I don't need that sheet. No interrupting. But, Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya wheedled. Aizawa looked at Midoriya. What did I say about interrupting me? No interrupting. Exactly. Now, as I was saying, you both will have at least 2 weeks worth of these with Hound Dog, once every other day. Depending on how well you're responding, you can have up to a year's worth of meetings. Now you can speak. The two practically exploded. Why is this mandatory? I'm stronger than this. You know my recommendation, I can handle it. I suffered from a effing attack earlier, I'm fine. Are these meetings going to be together or? They even better not. How's everyone else in class? What did we miss? Sheet, we might have missed so many classes. Alright, let me answer your questions. Aizawa stretched before grabbing a chair and sitting down. The two looked over at Aizawa with rapt attention. No, you did not miss any classes. They cancelled any school days as well as the rest of the sports festival. Yes, it is mandatory, the therapy lessons. No, you two are not doing them together. And finally, I don't care what either of you two think you can handle, you're going to them. Midoriya, Aizawa began when Midoriya opened his mouth. I know you're on recommendation, but this is still going to leave a psychological impact. Not even the strongest can say they're completely unaffected by them. And Bakugou, don't pretend that you're also fine from this and that other villain attack. I've seen you panic over what goes on your neck and what goes near it. You still feel like something is going to surprise you, which is why you hate. Neckties. Midoriya and Bakugou looked at Aizawa with either awe or fear. How in the world did he guess all of that? I don't know what you're talking about. Bakugou began to argue, but Aizawa quickly shut it down. Bakugou, Aizawa sighed. Not everything is meant to be done alone. Then I'll be stronger than that. Bakugou. I can't not try. Bakugou, Aizawa said warningly. You can't tell me that and think I'll be okay with that. Bakugou. Bakugou flinched before looking back at his teacher. This decision is not something you can argue out of. Understand? Bakugou muttered something under his breath. Repeat that. I understand. But I have to go soon, my visiting time's already almost done. Recover soon, okay? And with that said, Aizawa stood up, put away his chair, walked out of the room, and closed the door, leaving the two back in silence. Aizawa sighed as he closed the door. Those two were strong and probably some of the most plucky and intrepid boys he had ever met that also got into trouble. But there was a limit, there was always a limit to how far they could go without sinking into despair. Those two just didn't know where that limit was. Believe it or not, that one little fact scared the crap out of him. Without knowing their limit, how long would it be before one of them snaps? Before one of them turns into a pliant fighting machine? How long then? Of course, Aizawa supported the fact that there were certain things that should be left alone. Aizawa also supported things like pushing people to their best. But goddammit, this wasn't either of those things. These were emotional and mental scars that would stay with them. Midoriya and Bakugou were only teenagers, first years in high school. Specifically, UA, and UA's not supposed to let this happen. The Shook was totally going to get a whole ton of backlash, if not already. In fact, Aizawa was surprised when he went outside without one of those media vultures hovering around him, looking for something to put as the headline for their newspaper. Perhaps Nizu had something to do with it. He had to go see the stoat anyway. You want to know why Midoriya was recommended by the government? Nizu asked as he sipped his tea. Aizawa nodded. The two were sitting in Nizu's office back at UA. Aizawa sat on the green couch while Nizu opted to sit on one of the wooden chairs he had. Putting the cup down, Nizu leaned forward, hands crossed. Why do you want to know? I'm certain that there has to be a reason to this sudden enthusiasm. When I was telling them about their therapy sessions with Hound Dog, Aizawa began, the two protested, as I thought they would. However, what Midoriya said as one of his rebuttals had me concerned. According to him, the reason the government recommended him was enough to exempt him out of these sessions, claiming that he was capable of handling it by himself. And I want to know why he said that. There were things he did know. What? Problem Child had a gun license, which he used multiple times. 2. He was skilled in weaponry. 3. Midoriya was calm about his kidnapping. Too calm. At least Bakugou showed some sort of outwardly expression when they found him. All of these pointed at a certain genre of reasons that Aizawa refused to believe until it was confirmed by either Nizu or Midoriya himself. Nizu said, I don't doubt that is the reason why you asked. You don't seem like the teacher that'd hold it over anyone's head. Hold what over whose head? Aizawa questioned. Remember how we used to have a much bigger moon? How it's a crescent. Let me tell you a secret. I was the one who blew it up, but only because I was kidnapped. Remember when I went missing for several weeks? That's why. And Midoriya's involved. In fact, a whole class is involved. Aizawa's world was about to get flipped on its head. Shigaraki's POV. Where's Sensei and Kurogyari? Shigaraki whined to himself. He was left alone by himself in the bar hideout. Kurogyari promised to be back in at most 10 minutes. Only 3 minutes had passed. His hands still twitched as he reached for his controller. He'd play a game to pass time. Yes, that would be best. Maybe on the way, he'd gain some achievements or strategies that he could use in real life. Yeah, his gaming XP might be helpful to gain real XP. 3 minutes without Kurogyari turned to 4. Then 5. Then 6. Until at last 9 minutes had passed, which is when a purple and black fog began to form. Kurogyari, you're back. Yes, Shigaraki. Nothing is broken, right? None of the controllers, tables, chairs, my wine bottles. Yeah, don't worry. I was just playing Animal Crossing. Shigaraki waved his hand. Anyway, what were you and Sensei doing? Sensei was in a bit of a pinch, so he told me to warp him back to the Kamino hideout. What happened to his first factory place? It exploded. What? Kurogyari. Explain. Someone infiltrated it, planted bombs, exploded them, and took away the 2 boys. Of course, Shigaraki gritted his teeth. I'll disintegrate them for interfering with Sensei's business. Sensei told you not to worry, Kurogyari interrupted. Which I happen to agree with. Kurogyari said, looking at his ringing phone. You do? Okay, I'll come and get you. Hey, Shiggy, I've got a new person. Hi, my name is Toga Himiko, a schoolgirl grinned. Nice to meet you. I hope we get along. Let me tell you a story, Nizu said, somehow conjuring up 2 cups of tea. Aizawa still sat there, dazed at what Nizu told him. Nizu blew up the moon? More importantly, Midoriya and a whole FING class might be traumatized, and the government knew this yet didn't do anything? I thought that the moon was blown up by a high-ranking villain. Well, Nizu responded, one could consider them as a high-ranking villain, especially since what they did was certainly endangering society. What did they do? Aizawa pressed. That's why I said I was going to tell a story. Now drink up your tea. Let's see. Nizu put down his cup and started to remember. Once upon a time. You vulgar swine. Actually, I'm the principal of UA, Nizu said. Shut it. You are in no position to speak back, a man in white said on the other side of the glass. Hey now, be nice, another person on the same side of the glass as Nizu began. You. How does it feel, Reaper, to be reduced to this? He laughed, that is, the man in the lab coat, who then choked on his own spit and started to have a coughing fit. Sure, buddy. So-called Reaper, sit. Sure. The lab coat man growled before looking around frantically. Where is that Tiffany by? I'm here. And so are the reports you told me to bring. A lady in a similar style lab coat ran over, waving several papers around. She stopped right in front of him, catching her breath before handing the papers to him. Here you are. The man's right hand traveled from point A to point B. Her face, once unmarred, now sported a large red handprint. What if a misery I have to be married to you? Determination. Even a sloth moves faster than you, perhaps I should just do away with you. At least then I'll be free of your stupidity. With that said, the man walked away with flair, leaving the poor girl behind. Wow, how rude of him, said, rolling his eyes. What? She looked over at him. Oh, that's nothing. If that's nothing, Nizu piped up, then this must be a rather toxic relationship. It's an arranged one, isn't it? How did you know that? Nizu hummed. He was rather adamant about wanting to end the relationship and marriage. Besides, you seem smart. The girl flushed. What's your name? I think that I wouldn't want to keep calling you girl the entire time I'm here. She looked around quickly before saying, Yukimura. You can call me Aguri. I have a sister. So, Aguri, Nizu said, are you working here because your fiancé forced you to? You don't seem the type to partake in a highly illegal job, especially when you have a family, Nizu said. Am I right? Aguri, get over here, someone yelled. Aguri looked back apologetically. I'm sorry, I have to go. She then raced off to another part of the lab. She was a sweet woman, Nizu said as Aizawa's mind raced. Aguri made sure that we were all right, even risking herself to talk to that disgusting excuse of a human. Perhaps that's why we all bonded together, as well as why the person with me fell in love with her. He what? Yes, fell in love with someone with already a fiancé. Like a rather unusual love story. She didn't know how to break it to her father Thag. She didn't want the engagement, so there was a bit of a pickle. What was the man's name? Aizawa asked. He didn't have one, so I called him Reaper, which then shorted itself to Once upon a time. You're in love with her, aren't you? The man with him, who used to be so stoic when they first met, stuttered. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh please, it's very obvious. Yesterday, when she bent over to get something, you saw her bra inside her shirt and abruptly had a nosebleed. Reap's face turned rosy red. I purpose might. He looked away with a pout, twiddling with his fingers like someone who was caught stealing from a cookie jar. A click-clack of shoes echoed and the two looked over to see a distraught Aguri. I'm sorry, Aguri said. I'm so sorry I couldn't convince him. Convince him what? Reap asked. Aguri looked at Nizu. You're being sent to the moon with a mouse. You're being injected with antimatter. So if you were injected with antimatter, Aizawa began, only for Nizu to cut him off. No, I wasn't injected with it. How? I managed to convince a rather forgetful man that it was only for the mouse to be injected. I then sneaked back on the rocket, flew down to Earth, and went back here, Nizu explained. I still like to think that the moon blowing up was my doing because the antimatter the mouse had was what was supposed to be for both of us. But why hasn't this come out on the news? Aizawa questioned. Those vultures wouldn't want to miss a story like this. Oh, I tried. But guess who was behind this scheme? One who could shut down anything and everything. Nisa's eyes sparkled dangerously. The government. Worse. The Hero Commission. What? Why? The fiancé, who I now know as Yanagisawa Kotaro, was planning on making something that could defy the laws of physics, a superhuman, if you would, better than All Might's power. The Hero Commission wouldn't hesitate with that. Where do you think the pay and funding came from? However, as soon as Reap escaped, they immediately stopped. He escaped. Yep. And now was to be assassinated, for if he wasn't, then the Earth would explode a year later. He wanted to be a teacher, just like Aguri was when she wasn't at the lab, specifically Class 3, Aguri's old class. Class 3, Midoriya's old class. He was smart, yes, but being quirkless, he was shoved to the bottom of the heap. Sad what discrimination can do, yes. Nizu sighed. So when you said a whole class was involved, you meant this class, right? Aizawa said. Very good, Aizawa. Yes, an entire class was involved in killing Reap, who had become powerful since he had escaped with antimatter in him. Yanagisawa succeeded in making a superhuman. One that would kill Earth if not assassinated. Aizawa's breath hitched as Nizu finished. That entire class was funded by the government and a prize of 10 billion yen if the newly dubbed Koro-sensei died. Awful things people do in the dark, yes. Bakugou stomped down the hallways of UA after his classes. The so-called Baku squad was relieved to see him, and Shitty Hair gave him a hug of which Bakugou failed to get out of until he let go. To be honest, he was also happy that he was back and could see them again. Not that you could get those words out of his mouth, no siree. His lips were firmly shut. Metaphorically, of course. Bakugou looked around before going down the correct hallway and looked at the door with a small plaque on the side reading, Hound Dog's Office. He slid the door open and on the other side was a large room. A desk sat in the center and on the side Bakugou was on, 2 chairs were placed in front of it. A few papers were scattered on the desk as well as a book. Hound Dog himself was sitting behind the wooden thing. You're Bakugou? Take a seat, get comfortable. Bakugou silently walked over and sat down in the seat, back slumped over, his arms leaning on his knees. This is your first meeting, which will be followed by several others, twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday at this time. Understand? Bakugou grunted his reply. Good. Now how's life? Wait, what? How's life? Yes, how's life? Hound Dog repeated. Aren't you supposed to ask things like, what scares you and why? How did you feel? What are things you regret? Shit like that? Bakugou asked. Hound Dog looked like he would raise an eyebrow. Do you want me to? Bakugou wrinkled his nose. This is good. Enough. Say as much as you want, positive, negative, about anything. Even this meeting can be talked about. Life and that sheet's okay, Bakugou muttered. I like the classes, some of them are stupid though. The extras that hang out with me are okay as well. You could call them friends, I guess. The shitty villains are making my life hell, though. And now I have a bunch of FING therapy lessons that basically remind me of how much the villain's done. Hound Dog said. How about your opinion on this? I don't need any lessons, I'm not a FING psychopath and I'm not crazy in the head. That's good enough. But because of 3 FING attacks, I'm required to do this sheet. Bakugou scowled at his memory before tugging at his shirt collar away from his neck. Have anything to say about anything else? Talk as much and as long as you want. Nah. You really can talk about anything. Anything from family, to school, to... Yeah, I know. Want to hear something? I don't want to be here. Okay? But not only is it required, the old hag got word of it, so now if I go back home, the old hag will beat the shit out of me. Bakugou stood up and placed his palms on the table, leaning forward. He settled back down into his chair and Hound Dog cleared his throat. Old hag. Mum, mother, ma, whatever. She and the old man are so disgustingly in love with each other, it makes me sick, Bakugou grimaced. But according to her, I'm gonna be head over heels for someone. But it's her, I can't imagine doing that lovey-dovey sheet. Not now, not ever. So you're saying that you don't or won't fall in love? Hound Dog asked. Both. Alright, let's talk about that. Second meeting. Hello, Bakugou. Hound dog, Bakugou greeted back. The dog had earned enough respect from him when he listened and agreed with some of his points of view. Anything new? Internships are gonna start next week, Bakugou answers as he sat down in the chair again, leaning back, hands behind his head. Yes, we will have to miss Tuesday's meeting. Who did you choose for your mentor? I'm planning on going for best jeanist, Bakugou said, pulling out the papers listing his offers, but he seems prissy. Can I see them? Bakugou handed over the papers. Amazing, Hound dog ruffed and his eyes stopped on one name. Well, that's new. What's new? Bakugou's eyebrows furrowed. This, Hound dog pointed. Didn't expect you to get an offer from Miruko. The bunny hero? Well, Hound dog chuckled, you can't say that she's a helpless bunny. The reason why I say it's new is because Miruko's known for working alone. Sending this, she must like your style, kid. I might apply to her instead. Third meeting. Holy sheet, Hound dog. Bakugou burst through the door. Miruko was effing awesome. Yeah, she is, isn't she? Hound dog hummed. You guys got similar style. Yeah. Bakugou got into his regular seat. I could swear, I beat up a bunch of villains, but not only that, she said it was great. She's strong where she can hold up her own, and she knows how to deal with the kids and press and stuff. Wow, you sound like you had a great time. FNG, of course. Can you tell me more about it? Hound dog asked. Bakugou immediately began to ramble. So I got there, and the first thing she does is drop down in front of me in her hero costume and goes, "Hey, you're the Bakugou kid." And I went, "Yeah," and she then says to change so we can patrol. I asked her why so FNG early and she goes, "Well, you came here to fight and train, not do paperwork, right?" When I did, she then hopped away and told me to keep up with her. First day and I'm already flying through the city, she's laughing and swearing like I am and it's effing awesome. She's effing great mentor to train me. Miruko said that I used too much of my upper body since I don't kick at all and then said that I could technically release explosions anywhere on my body and holy sheet, it was cool to use small explosions on my FING legs and Midoriya walked through the halls after school to get to where he needed to be, Hound Dog's office for therapy lessons. It wasn't like he actually needed them, right? Sure, his sensei died in front of him and he was discriminated against, but the Big Five made up, sorta, and he did learn so many useful things that allowed him to even get into the school. It wasn't like his last year of middle school was the best year ever, even by his standards. After a few minutes of walking, Midoriya finally reached the blue door and he slid it open. "Hello, Midoriya. Take a seat, won't ya?" Sitting down in the chair in front of Hound Dog's desk, he placed his bag next to him, slumped against the chair. "So, Midoriya," Hound Dog said, "we're meeting up every Wednesday and Friday after school for the next few weeks. Aizawa raised the amount of therapy lessons you'll have to do, but only in quantity of the meetings. Now, you don't have to raise your hand, just tell me." Midoriya lowered his hand. "Why have the number of meetings increased?" "Something about Kunugigiako Middle School. He wouldn't allow me to know anything else, something about it being government-related and that Nizu might severely injure him if I was told without permission." "He knew?" Midoriya's fists on his lap tightened up momentarily. Did Aizawa think of him as a freak now? Pity him? Declare he had Stockholm Syndrome? Oh wait, if he thought that Midoriya had Stockholm Syndrome, wouldn't he tell Hound Dog? But if he didn't tell Hound Dog, maybe Hound Dog would do something like it if he could piece together certain pieces of evidence that aren't discreet enough? Midoriya. 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 Midoriya, are you okay? "I'm okay." Midoriya quickly responded. "I'm okay." "All right then. Make sure you don't space out on me. I know that my office is a bit cramped, but don't fall asleep so quickly." Hound Dog let out a series of barks, laughing perhaps. "Sure, sensei. Just call me Hound Dog, kid. Just not dog. Too rude for me." Hound Dog waved the sensei of. "Sure, Hound Dog," Midoriya corrected himself. "So, Midoriya, talk to me about life. How is it?" Hound Dog asked. Was this a test to see how he would respond? If he was too passionate, would they think he's crazy? But on the other hand, if he's too apathetic, he might be kicked out. He's at a hero school, goddammit. Why did Midoriya think he could lie out of this earlier? The mention of Kunugigiako made it almost impossible to. Perhaps he should improve his lying ability. His thoughts were racing at several hundred miles per hour when Hound Dog interrupted them. Don't overthink it, he said, just tell me what comes to mind. How is your life right now? So that's what Hound Dog meant. Life's good, I guess, Midoriya muttered. Not that you can say life is that good after being kidnapped, but it's good. How's your family? How's school? Anything that comes to mind, say it. Surprisingly, it does wonders, saying stuff out loud. My mom is kinda worried. She's always been a bit paranoid, but that makes her a good mom. She's been worried sick about me after my kidnapping. I couldn't believe it when she allowed me to come back to school again, Midoriya started. Go on, Hound Dog said. I honestly kinda want my dad to come back, Midoriya continued, but if he does, he might be someone bad. Or maybe he expects me to love him right away. I don't like not knowing about what I want and how it'll turn out. It's not like I can argue with him, Mom would be so upset. You must love your mom, kiddo, Hound Dog commented. Yeah, I'd do anything for her, Midoriya smiled. Don't let go of that love. You can never be too tough to not care about your loved ones, remember that? Hound Dog advised. Midoriya knew that. His time with Karasuma was short but eventful. The most amazing people are the ones that support you throughout life, quietly as you reach your dreams. Never forget, Hound Dog continued. Did you lose someone? Midoriya asked before adding, I mean, it's none of my business, I'm so sorry. Hound Dog burst into laughter. Don't worry, might as well get to know me, right? I did lose someone. It was my own mom, so hearing you say all that made me real happy, you know? Not canon. Midoriya nodded. So, wanna tell me more about your mom? Mom really likes plants, but she's kinda bad at taking care of a lot of them. She also is really good at cooking and… Midoriya rambled on as Hound Dog smiled. Second meeting. Welcome back, Midoriya. Hound Dog greeted the teen at the door. Hi, Hound Dog, Midoriya said as he sat in the chair behind the desk once more. His bag was placed upright, not touching the chair. Interns are coming up. Who are you gonna go to? I didn't get too many offers, but I like this person, Midoriya pointed at his paper. Gunhead, but I don't know whether I should since I know self-defense already. Do any of the others interest you? Well, I looked up most of them and none of them really looked like someone who would teach me something that I don't know or really want. Not even Sir Night-Eye? Isn't Sir Night-Eye focused on intelligence? Well, you said that you already knew self-defense. If you want to improve that, go to Gunhead. Want to work on investigating, go to Sir Night-Eye. These other heroes all offer something that you can improve on. I'm not saying be a jack of all trades, master of none, but there's always something to learn and improve. I guess that makes sense, Midoriya muttered. Thanks, Hound Dog. You're welcome. Also, check the back of the last paper. Midoriya flipped the page over. Eraserhead offered an internship. So, Midoriya did end up accepting Aizawa's offer to teach him, which at first was a shock. Eraserhead, a hero he absolutely loved since a child, wanted him to be his intern. His teacher. There were so many benefits of his teacher being his internship, but whatever, even if his teacher was Vlad King and he offered an internship as well, Midoriya would no doubt choose Aizawa over him. Sorry, Vlad King. Vlad King sneezed before rubbing his nose. It's that time of year again, huh? Well, no matter. He couldn't wait for interns to start on Monday. Internships were to take place for a whole 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, where he would also spend 3 nights as well. Monday night and Tuesday night and Wednesday night. Thursday morning, they would go back to school. Midoriya was right now navigating the different streets of Muramatsu, conveniently where his house was and where UA was. If he woke up and left early, he could go home, drop or pick something up, and go to UA. Though, he was a bit disappointed on how close it was. Internships was his chance to go somewhere new. Maybe if he was lucky, he could go where Harai and Nagisa were. Or Karma's place. Or hell, maybe even another ex-classmate's house. But there was no use complaining about all of this. He had already accepted, so now, It was the problem on finding a specific apartment in a place where apartments were abundant. And when Midoriya said abundant, he meant that, like, half of all the homes available in Muramatsu were apartments. After finally reaching the correct building, he entered the lobby to find his teacher already waiting for him. Aizawa-sensei. Problem child. Aizawa nodded, greeting his in turn. Why are you here instead of the apartment? Midoriya showed him the email that said to go to a specific room. He wasn't going to risk the address leaking. Actually, wait, stop breaking the goddamn fourth wall. That's where you'll be spending your time sleeping. Or when you do sleep. Most of my patrols are late at night or early in the morning, so you'll be sleeping at midnight tonight. If I feel like you can handle that, you might be staying up the entire night before sleeping tomorrow. Of course, your curfew will be midnight on Wednesday for school on Thursday. Does that make sense? Midoriya nodded. But as to why I'm here, it's because it's more logical than for you to go all the way up only for us to come all the way back down. So come on, let's get started. Have you put in any thought whether you're going to be an underground or spotlight hero? Or a mix of both? Aizawa asked. I'm not entirely sure, Midoriya muttered, but underground seems like the best option for me. Oh, why is that? Well, my skills are more for ending the fight quickly and quietly rather than big, powerful attacks, Midoriya began. I won't have that much media on me and I can do what I want without worrying about my image. No commercials, no accidental scandals, things like that. Besides, nighttime is nice. It sounds like you already had this planned out. Well, yeah, but I don't know how I want to be remembered. So you want to go down in history for something? I guess it's more like I don't want to be forgotten. Even if I die, people's memories and thoughts still make me live on. What happens if they disappear? That's when I truly die, Midoriya explained. Well, underground heroes sometimes think that, Aizawa admitted. Midoriya looked at him. But I like how I can rescue people and they can remember me or talk to their kids about me. For example, Stain was a vigilante before becoming a villain and he was pretty famous in underground standards and even spotlight hero standards. And even if that doesn't happen, police records can't lie, can they? No, I guess not, Midoriya murmured. You don't seem like the kid who would worry about this. Hell, many kids don't worry about this in their first year. I was reading this kinda old book. It's over a century old, but it uses pretty casual language. What's the book called? Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. There's this really old but really powerful wizard who dies, but before that, he says how he'll never truly die. I guess I got really hung up about it. Well, that man was right. For example, do you remember any teachers and how they felt to you? Family members? They still influence you even after you go away, Aizawa pointed out. I guess so, Midoriya muttered, a yellow octopus appearing in his mind. Exactly. We're here. The Muramatsu Police Department. Why are we here? Midoriya asked. Well, for one part, I've got to pick up something from them. Second, to let them know I have an intern, so if they see you fighting with me, they don't arrest you, and third, to have you build connections. Police can be very useful, more useful than people think. The two entered the building. Midoriya watched as Aizawa strolled up to the front desk as a woman looked up and said, Oh, Eraserhead. You're here early. Yeah, I have an intern with me. The woman looked past Eraserhead to see Midoriya. Oh, okay. I'll let them know. Thanks. Tell Tsukachi you said hello. Yes, I know, even though you two usually see each other later. The woman nodded firmly, and she would have looked serious as well, if it weren't for the teasing undertone in her voice. She opened a drawer before pulling out a few papers and handing them to Aizawa. Here you go. Thanks, Aoi, he said, and Aoi waved it off. No prob. All right, let's go. Aizawa turned to Midoriya and jerked his head toward the door. Midoriya nodded and followed Aizawa out of the building. Who was that? The secretary? Always been managing front desks since forever. She's good at her job, Aizawa explained. He then looked down at Midoriya. Problem child, what's your name? Midoriya Izuku, like always. No, don't think that's it. Tired eyes stared into confused ones before Midoriya then answered. Deku. The assassin hero. Midoriya swore that he heard the giggling of a certain yellow octopus in his ear. "Hey kid." "Yeah, Aizawa-sensei?" Midoriya asked. The two had just finished a spar, which ended in a draw. Despite Midoriya's techniques that relied on ending the fight fast and easy, the two ran out of time. Right now, it was best to pack up and go do their rounds around the neighborhood than finish the fight. "You've got good skills, especially with a knife. Special training, right?" Aizawa started. Midoriya froze before going back to normal. It was only for less than a split second, but Aizawa's experienced eyes spotted this reaction. "I guess that you could say that. I had a good teacher," Midoriya replied. "I'm not going to dance around the bush, problem child, and I don't want you to be uncomfortable. But I can't push you to your best if both you and I are ignorant to the matter at hand." Midoriya looked at Aizawa in silence, which Aizawa took as an opportunity to say, "The teacher at Kunugigiako, he must have been influential to you. Inspirational, I guess, as well." "Yes, so?" Midoriya brusquely answered. "Don't assume that we all never had odd teachers. For example, Nizu," Aizawa started. "He was an experiment himself, you know?" "Experiment on what? For who?" "Who else but the man who experimented with the Reaper? He was experimented on before, you know, for his quirk." "Why are you telling me this? Isn't this something confidential or something?" "Why? You never rebutted a single thing. You didn't try to act it off and change the subject. Isn't the Reaper also a confidential thing too?" Midoriya settled with an expression that was a cross between a pout and a glare as he muttered while turning his head, "It wouldn't be right to act it off like it never happened. Kora-sensei will and always be a part of me." "That's good, you aren't denying or regretting anything. Isn't this the time where you accuse me of Stockholm Syndrome?" Midoriya butted in. "Everyone else does. And why do I have to do things like everyone else if I know they're wrong?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow, making Midoriya gape at him for a moment before continuing. "I didn't, why are you believing me?" Midoriya stuttered. Aizawa stared at him. Sometimes what seems like the most delusional thing can be the one most real. We live in a world of quirks, heroes, and villains. I can handle a bit of absurdity. Besides, why would you lie? It'll be illogical." Midoriya blinked once, twice, before opening his mouth and saying, "Huh." The two walked in silence until they reached Aizawa's apartment for a quick stop to change into their hero costumes. More like outfits, thank you very much. "Why did you decide to confront me instead of letting me do it by myself?" Midoriya asked as they got into the room. Aizawa sighs. "Kid, let's be honest, you would have never said anything. And although the past is nice, the future is also nice. That doesn't mean you should forget everything, but remember, the past is already set in stone. You just gotta keep going and carve your way to your dream, no matter how hard it can be. Got it, problem child?" Aizawa let out an attempt at a smile. There's a split second where it's quiet and Aizawa swore there was wetness in the corners of Midoriya's eyes before getting blinked away. "Thanks, Aizawa-sensei." "No prob, kiddo." A yellow octopus apparition watched the scene with fondness before disappearing to the next person. Midoriya was blooming beautifully. Over the years, Midoriya Izuku has grown and changed. When he was little, his father left. Of course, Izuku back then didn't know what it was like to be abandoned. Or left out until he was 4 and at the doctor's office. When he was 4, he learned that he was quirkless. Izuku could never be a hero, or so he thought. When he came back to school the next day, everything changed, from his friends, to his teachers, hell, even his own mom changed. All to protect, or break, the supposedly fragile person he was on the inside. When he was in middle